Yes, yes, yes. You are in tune to Boxing Talk with Rafi 157. What's this here? What the hell's going on? Oh, and we are now live. Just had a message from what's this? Alan Lang. I watched Alan Minter train every day at Pisces Gym in Jersey when he was over here. Saw most of his fights. Dame. That was from, what was that? What was the message gone? Alan Lang. Okay. Thank you, Alan Lang. Thank you for the message. Yes. Okay, let me straighten up all of this. Let me get all of this straight. For a start, let's get this down a little bit. Yes. As a matter of fact, let's change the picture. Do we want to change the picture? Let's get this sweet and tidy. Matter of fact, first things first, let's do the sound check. Let's go ahead and do the sound check. Well, do I just get that out of the way? Get that out of the way. Damn, am I ready for FaceTime? I don't think so. We'll get that out of the way and let's get into the sound check. Let's do this properly. Let's go ahead and do the sound check. Well, okay, so that's in order. What's this here? Oh, damn. I got that still up. This is still up. Let's get, what else do I need to do around here? Sound check is good. We got that. Don't want to disturb that. I want to bring this back in like so. Okay. OMG. Looks like one of my topics for tonight is a hot topic. Caught a glimpse of some other uploader who's got the same mindset. Let's keep that cool. Come on over. Boom. Okay, let's share that. And then I think we are prepped and ready to go. Where's that? Over there. Boom. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, let's get into what else? What else is missing? Oh, yeah. Okay, let's fill in that blank. And then we are ready to roll. Let's get that in like so. Boom. Okay, everything seems in order. So let's get into the chat. Well, firstly, this is, let me do the introduction. This is a Boxing Talk with Rafi. What we on? 171. Okay. And yeah, we got a bunch of things. To chop up right here tonight. So thank you to everyone who could join. Let's get this thing on. I think I know what's on people's mind. It seems very... Hold on. Why am I being so rude? Let me drop the link in the chat. People seem animated. OMG. Let's rearrange that. Okay, that looks a lot better. Okay, so let's get into who's the leopard dude. Who the hell's the leopard dude? Who's the leopard? Oh, you're talking about what? Hold on. You're talking about Gary Russel in there, right there in the left-hand corner. Let me drop this down a little bit so people can see the leopard guy. The leopard guy is a Gary Russel Jr. who features in this piece here. Boxing Talk with Rafi 171 definitely features in it. That's the leopard guy. Jay Perez is up in the building. Ruben Guerrero. Obviously, I mentioned James Jameson. James, you were missing. You were not on the register for the last live. Maybe the last two lives. What's going on, James? Where's the love, mate? Where's the love? DJ Georgie Porgy. Thumbs up gang is in the building. Shout out to Georgie Porgy from the Fight Doctor. Fight Doctor in the building. Yes. Okay, let's drop that in there. Nigel Dennis is up in here. Gary is a duck. I think I was wondering what should the first topic be, but I think I already know. Iron Kong up in the building. Good to have you up in here. Andre. Gary needs to fight Warrington. Why doesn't he mention the champs in his division? Yeah, he's never mentioned Warrington. Well, I don't know if he's never. But he doesn't appear to mention Warrington, and he doesn't appear to mention Shakur Stevenson. I think Shakur is one division up, but he don't know mention of him. I don't know. Why no Warrington? Why no Shakur? You tell me. We're going to be looking into that right about now. There's beef stew brewing. I don't know. Hey, it could be from any direction. Oh yeah. Shout out to my imitator. Shout out to you, bro. Yeah. Let's say imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, so I shall take your imitation as a sincere form of flattery. You know who you are. I don't know. Maybe the Rafi's doing something right. Rafi's been in the game for like what? 18 months? 19, 20 months max? Well, no, that's the own channel. That's my own channel. I had my own channel for what, about 20 months max? Prior to that, I was thereabouts for a year. So we're talking about less than 3 years. And, how long you been in the game, bro? Many years. But it looks like you're following Rafi does this, you do this. Rafi does that, you do that. Come on, bro. Where's your originality? Use some originality, or is it just that the Rafi is so creative that you want to tap into Rafi's creative juices? You want a cup of Rafi's creative juices? Is that what it is? Huh? If I did a backflip off the Grand Canyon, would you follow me? Come on, fix up, bro. Come on, use your own creativity, not Rafi's creativity. Don't just follow in my footsteps. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I accept that imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, but bloody hell, mate. It's like you're making a habit of it. You know what I mean? So, fix up, bro. Fix up. Just do better. Do you. And let the Rafi be Rafi. Don't try to follow in my footsteps, bro. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So, that's that. I almost forgot something I wanted to say. Oh, and Mr. Shelton. Mr. Shelton, you've had my name down the back of your throat now ever since I've been on the scene. Yeah? Mr. Shelton, you've had my name down the back of your throat ever since I've been on the scene. But funny enough, you know where I am. And, if you want that working, then, hop on. You know where I am. You know exactly where I am. So, yeah, bring that work. You've had my name down the back of your throat for too long now. So come see me, baby. Come see me, and we can have a discussion. We can have a nice, friendly discussion. No problemo. Yeah. But yeah. You're gonna have to get your tonsils taken out if you keep my name in the back of your throat any longer. You know what I'm saying? That is interesting. That is interesting. OMG. Don ZB's got Deontay Wilder on his mind. I haven't even mentioned Deontay. Yeah, I did a video, but it was, hey, listen, okay, you're talking about, I assume you're talking about what did he say? Michael Hunter? I assume Don ZB. What did you write here? You say, come on, Rafi, it's Friday. I got the booze and everything. Let's hate on Wilder and basically have a good time. Well, I ain't got no booze, bro. I got some coconut water in the refrigerator. So thanks for reminding me. I got to get my coconut water. What else? Where we at? Damn, there's a lot of stuff. Let me just tell the people before I get through the rest of these comments. Let me just tell the people, give the people a basic rough itinerary of how we doing it today. What we got, obviously, you see the title piece right there. Gary Russell Jr. I need more time for Haney. I've got the audio. I've got the visual. You know, I've got the receipts for that. I'm not just saying it. It's too soon for it to be reported. He said it over there on a channel overseas. I should mention him because I'm going to be using the clip, a short clip, for information purposes only. So he was on Fannin. Gary Russell was on Fannin International, and less than a few hours ago. So I don't even know if this piece, this clip, which I am about to play you very, very shortly, I don't even know if it's made it into the press yet. This could be the first place it's being reported, other than where it was originally said. Where I've got the clip. So there's no messing around. So there's no messing around over here. Haney versus Gamboa. Yeah, we'll talk about that shortly too. So the title piece is Gary Russell Jr., who said less than a couple of hours ago, less than 3 hours ago, 4 hours ago, that he needs more time. And he said some more things as well, and we're going to be getting into that. And then also, of course, we're going to have to be looking at the Canelo Alvarez situation with Dazn. It ain't looking good at all. It ain't looking too good at all. And what else we got? Oh, where is it? Where does it say that? Why don't I see Michael Hunter's name up there? Oh, it is there. That's why it is there. Okay, so Michael Hunter came out and gave us a little bit of a glimpse into his sparring, his situation with Deontay, the Bronze Bomber Wilder. Now, Don ZB, this isn't me saying it. This is Michael Hunter. This isn't me. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if we're going to fit anything in, anything that does everything. If anything doesn't get fitted in this show, then obviously I'll have to carry it on over into the weekend. So whatever doesn't make the cut in this show will get discussed over the weekend. So don't worry, it'll be all in there. But for sure, we're talking about Gary Russell Jr. For sure, we're talking about Canelo Alvarez. And looking at some of the fights over this coming weekend. And maybe we'll have time to talk about the Michael Hunter situation, Michael Hunter's observations about Deontay Wilder. Oh, yeah. Is the Charlos down there? Yeah, the Charlos. I'm going to look at the Charlos situation as well. I think I wrote it in. No, I didn't give them a hashtag. I should have hashtagged that to make it stand out. Okay, so let's get back into the chat. See what's going on. Gary is a duck. Iron Kong. Yes. Where's this here? Years upon years. Gary's been saying he was just fine fighting once a year, but now he's turned into a lion. I wonder what happened. What happened to Gary? He was cool with the once a year thing, and all of a sudden, shizzle done change. Gary need Eddie Hearn and Dazn fingerprints on the con. I don't know about that. Needs more time. Gary had every chance to make moves in his career. This is about all he does. Talk, talk, talk. What's going on here? Fannin Boxing just had Bill Haney and the Russels on live 4 hours ago. Don't push the false prep. What the hell are you talking about? I just said that. Are you nuts? I just said that. And this clip comes from the very same show. So what the hell are you on? James Jameson says Rafi's the new Bunsey. Well, listen, James, my lineage goes back to Harry Carpenter. You know that. That was from before. That was from before Bunsey's days. That was when Bunsey was small enough to bounce on his mommy's lap. You know what I'm saying? We're going back. My lineage goes back, mate. All the way to Harry Carpenter. Now that the COVID is running everything, Gary wants to fight dragons and lions. Well, yeah, I got a nice little sound piece. I got a nice little sound clip. I got a nice little sound clip from Gary. Morrington has the style. Don't ZB. Rafi, can you believe people think Andre Ward would have beat Usyk at cruiserweight? That's a tough one. That's a stretch. That's a stretch. Get him on the inside. Get Usyk on the inside. Clip upstairs, downstairs. Hey, I'd watch it. I'd watch it. It'd be a tough ask. Tough ask. Aiton Wilder, count me in. Wilder's got legs like Rafi's robot. Hey, leave the robot alone. What did the robot ever do to you? What did the robot ever do to you? You want to see him walk? You want to see the robot walk? Them are functional legs, mate. Functional. They're highly functional. OMG. Let's stop that right there. Okay. So Haney's fighting Gamboa. Absolutely. Garbaggio. The audacity. Outrageous. Where are we at now? This thing is moving. This thing is moving fast. Where are we? Have I not put the link in the chat? Did I not put the link in the chat? I think I put the link in the chat, but you know what? I think this is about time. It's about time we get into the opening piece. Well, I've got two of the same windows open. What's that all about? What is this? What is that over there? Okay, so let's stop the music and let's give you it's two-piece video. This is a short clip, and this is just going to warm us into the thing. And then I will come with the killer blow. I'll come with the killer blow, which was a statement made on Fannon's show 3 or 4 hours ago. And it is quite devastating. It's quite telling, actually, quite telling. So where is the first clip? Where is the first clip I want to share with you? Where is the first exhibit? Where is it? Oh, what is that? It is that boom? Yes. Okay. Yes. This is it. So let me share. Let me stop sharing the other one and start sharing this one. And this, I guess, this will be Exhibit A, but we'll go into the killer exhibit. We're going to the killer exhibit after this, but this will take us. This will get us on the right page. Hold on, let's get into it. Let's make the screen bigger and let's go. Into the Combat Radio. And today we delve into the breaking story. And the story is, or the story was, that Dazn, Haney, and Gary Russel Jr. have come to an agreement. There was much back and forth going on between representatives of Dazn Haney and Gary Russel Jr. In Dazn Haney's corner was his father. I think it's Bill Haney. On the Gary Russell side was his older brother, who goes by the name of Batman. Yes, Batman. Anyway, as I was doing my live boxing talk with Rafi 169, news came through. Gary Russell's representative, Batman, had agreed with Bill Haney that the 1.5 was acceptable. They accepted it before Then they declined it, and now they're accepting it again. Apparently, that was the news that came through. So, the subject matter, one of the subject matters of the live was, is Gary Russel dream chasing or clout chasing? And so I headed on over to the place where they said the discussion was going down. It's over at 78's place. Okay, so let's mute the music and get into what was said.
So 1.5, I had an offer over within probably within the next, let's say 8 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours. You know, it'll be on your email in the morning.
All right, let me ask the people this.
So that was Bill Haney, father of Devin Haney. And then comes Batman, the older brother of Gary Russel.
Will everybody pay for pay-per-view? Hey, I just want to put in the chat. If y'all can, would y'all pay for pay-per-view?
They gonna pay for it.
Will y'all pay for pay-per-view? Says Batman, representative of Gary Russell. And at that point, I knew, Houston, we have a problem. Could see where it was going.
Gary Russell Jr. or the great Devin Haney, Mr. Gary Russell Jr. and the great Devin Haney, would y'all pay to see this?
I think everybody would pay to see it. I think everybody will watch it.
Or y'all, listen, hold on, Bill. Or would y'all rather us fight on the app?
So, question from Batman is, would you pay for pay-per-view or would you rather see it on an app? Okay, so the obvious point there is that the pay-per-views cost what, $80 over in America? And the app cost $20.
Would y'all rather us fight on pay-per-view or an app?
Okay, I'll ask them this. Would they rather pay $80 or would you rather pay $20?
Don't nobody want to buy the app?
Yeah. All they got to do is pay $20 and then you can subscribe and unsubscribe for $20.
But don't nobody want to buy.
Hold on.
Ain't nobody want to buy the app, so you can get something for $80 or you can get it for $20. And this Batman is implying that people would rather pay $80 for the same product than $20. And I don't know, do I really need to say any more? Do I really need to say any more? I don't even want to speak on it because it is so damn dumb. So we thought it was made. We thought it was on. Apparently the Dazn said, yeah, they're looking into it now. Bill Haney said he'll get back to them get back to Batman and Robin in 8 hours with the confirmation, with the paperwork. Confirmation of the 1.5. And this guy, Batman, is talking about, is basically stalling, messing around, implying that they might not take the fight because they don't want it to be on an app, which will be cheaper than the pay-per-view for the paying public. How dumb can you get? You be the judge. What say you? Sir Raphael Dawkins. It's the Combat Radio. It's the like. It's the subscribe. It's the comments. It's the shares. And it is the hitting that bell icon to stay up there.
Boom. Okay. And bring the music back. Okay. So let's go. Let's look at what's going on in the chat. Has it gone crazy? No. Everybody's listening. Okay. That's good. So let's ease the music down just a tad. Okay, so that was a video from when?
That was a video from a good few days ago. But I made the video because as I suspected, even though the Russell side was saying, okay, yeah, cool, we'll take it, it's all good, yeah, it's on, etc. Yeah, just so long as the money's right, you know, as long as the money is the money that we've agreed, then it's all systems go. Yeah. But then later on the same day, they came back with that. Well, you know, why don't we do it on? Why do we want to do it on the app? Do we want to do it on the app? But at the same time, you're saying, well, Al ain't interested. That was a few days ago. Wood beats Usyk is too easy to hit. Yeah, so, you know, there we go. That's discussion time. Which I suspected. Yeah, of course. It's everything's up for discussion. Everything's up for debate. Okay, so as I was saying, that was what you were saying a few days ago, and I expected it. I expected that nonsense to come about. What's going on here? Did I even put the link? Yeah, I put the link in the chat. It's right there. Link in the chat is right there. So that was a few days ago, and yeah, things got updated. Today, a few hours ago. All the messing around. Remember, the question was, does Gary Russell really want this shiznix? Does he really want it? That's what we're asking ourselves. And so, where's the next exhibit? Where is the next exhibit, which takes us right up to the present moment? I know it's hidden. It's dropped that away. I'm going to find the shiznix. Okay. I know where to find it. Let's go through the square window. Let's have a look through the square window. Where the hell? Don't fail me now. Oh, maybe I just need to refresh this. Reload. And it should appear. No. Okay. I know what to do. Boom. 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 That's not even it. That is not even it. Agreed or cancel that. Okay. I know a different route. I know a different way. Let's go into history. And let's actually go into the fella's page where I was there earlier. Let's go into the history and eat this out. Where is it?
He said, fam.
Rafi, Inspector Clouseau on the case. Let's go.
And that's all I told you. If it ain't right on this end that way, then let's go do it with Al. Let Al put it up then.
I appreciate that.
Yes, sir. That's all I'm saying.
I appreciate
all I'm saying, Sam. That's it.
I'm just saying it's different level men out this motherfucker. I feel you though, Bill.
Yeah,
we try to make this shit happen.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's get back doing that. And if it's in this side that you need, bro, you feel me? You're gonna be your way, bro. You know what I'm saying? Period. And that's all I told you. And if it ain't right on this end that way, then let's go do it with Al. Let Al put it up then.
And I told you, I talked about. Did I just not tell you? I told Al he's supposed to be getting back with me today.
All right. Well, man, all respect to Al, the great Al Haymon, man. Thank you, brother. You know what I'm saying? That's what I told you guys in the first place. Hey, Batman, that's it.
I'm just saying it's different level, man.
You saying being a man, but our word ain't shit in the streets.
Oh, our word definitely street.
What? So we
niggas who? No. I'm not discrediting you.
Gee, I'm not gonna never send nothing.
We getting the particulars in the contract, and we gonna send it over. We trying to make the fight. Don't make it seem like we not trying to make the fight, Bill.
Nothing about you made it seem like you talking about You discrediting me like I'm like I would ever.
No. I'm not discrediting you. 6 weeks away.
Boom.
Y'all,
Nobody but you. For November 7th. And we counting on this money, man. Don't let us down, G. Man, all this the pandemic and that.
well, first and foremost,
need this money, bro.
First and foremost.
Okay, wait for the boom. I actually made a clip of this. I made a clip of this clip, but it ain't lost. But I ain't got the time to dig for it. Yeah, so I had to go directly to the man's page, which I didn't want to have to do because it takes some fiddling about to get the exact clip, which I already had. But anyway, a little bit of fiddling about, and I found the exact clip. So what you're about to hear is Gary Russel, who, I mean, how many weeks has this shizzle been going on? How many weeks has this shiznix been going on? It's been going on for a good couple of weeks now, and then a week solid, yeah? So a week solid, 1 week solid, okay. So let me get into the chat a little bit, and let me hit you with the boom, where Gary Russel comes out with a particular statement which throws off the date significantly. Let's scroll through this real quick. And you know that these guys will say Haney is going to do what Tank couldn't. Shake my head. That Haney versus Gamboa fight is Garbaggio. Yeah, well, we don't want to see that fight though. We don't want to see that fight. We want to see the Haney fight. We want to see the Haney versus Gary Russel. Since Gary Russell's thrown his name in the hat, says he wants it, then let's get it. Let's get it. Says he wants it, so let's get it. Okay. So what's going on here? I hear the contract sent to Russell was basic. Yeah, okay. Well, I hear what you're saying. You're saying those vital pieces of information, not which were missing. Okay, I'm going to get into that element. Later. But yeah, okay, that's a good observation. I'll get into that element later. That comment was up before. You said it. Well, the Rafi is a straightforward guy. You know what I'm saying? The Rafi is a straightforward guy. So that's all cool in the gang. Then. Okay. So, yeah, I'll divulge my sources. That's no problem. When it's appropriate. Absolutely. Cool in the gang. It was a term. Yeah, it was a term sheet. Fannin asked that they send a term sheet, and they sent a term sheet. And yeah, so the argument that the term sheet was blank, well, the term sheet had all the details which the Russell side would have needed. So the term sheet had all the details the Russell side would have needed. Obviously, it takes more than a week to make a fight. And they had to rush out the term sheet. So they put in all the necessary details and all the details that they could at the time, for the time being, including the date. So they've given the man the date. They've given Gary Russell, the Haney side have given Gary Russell the date. And they've given them the price they wanted. The price agreed, 1.5 milli. And yeah, there's some missing stuff like who's gonna show it, who's gonna be the broadcaster. Stuff like that is missing. Yes, that is true. But it's only been 7 days? It's been 7 days. Yeah, give him a chance. Give him a chance, mate. Remember, we're going into the key point very, very shortly. Okay, where we at? Link is in the chat. Okay, so where we at? The fight doctor says Ward beats Usyk. It's too easy to hit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The Charlo card is indeed stacked. Shahid Soleil says pay-per-view is dead in America. 1 or 2 can't even sell. Can't even sell. How do we expect them to sell their third fight? Wilder can't. It's chicken legs. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Okay, so let's go on ahead then. Let's go on ahead then. I'm wrestling. I'm grappling back here backstage. But yeah, let's go on ahead and what's this here? Okay, so Frank the French up in here. Big up the chat. And where the hell's Dixon Siders? Where the hell's Dixon Siders? Okay, so let's get into the key statement right here. It was so very disturbing when I heard it from Gary Russell. Let's get into the key point here. In fact, I want to kill the music just for this. Who do we have in the building? Yes, the Fight Doctor. I see you. Come on in, Fight Doctor. I'll talk to you in a second. Let's just get to the key statement in this chat that Fan International had earlier on today, where he had Gary Russell and Bill Haney. Okay, so this is the key sentence right here. Let me adjust my mic.
The date wouldn't be November 7th because that's about 6 weeks away. Y'all already had a date. Y'all already had. So what?
I ain't disrespecting you.
That's not that the date wouldn't be November 7th. We try and make it in December. We need at least a real camp is 8 weeks. Y'all talking November 7th. That's not
I've been texting you. I got the text message. I've been texting you saying what day you want. I keep texting you saying what day you want.
All right. Well, like I say, we getting the particulars in the contract, and we gonna send it over.
I got the text message. I've been texting you saying what day you want to have an opponent to be serious. Nobody but you, bro.
First and foremost, the date wouldn't be November 7th because that's about 6 weeks away. Y'all already had a date. Y'all already had. So what?
I ain't disrespecting you.
That's not that the date wouldn't be November 7th. We try and make it in December. We need at least a real camp is 8 weeks. Y'all talking November 7th. That's not
I've been texting you. I got the text message. I've been to have an opponent, bro.
First and foremost, the date wouldn't be November 7th because that's about 6 weeks away. Y'all already had a date. Y'all already had. So what?
I ain't disrespecting you.
That's not that the date wouldn't be November 7th. We try and make it in December. We need at least a real camp is 8 weeks. Y'all talking November 7th. That's not
I've been texting you. I got the text message. I've been texting you saying what day you want. I keep texting you saying what day you want.
All right. Well, like I say, we getting the particulars in the contract, and we gonna send it over.
Nobody but you, bro.
First and foremost, the date wouldn't be November 7th.
Boom, boom, boom. Fight Doctor, how do you do? It ain't gonna be no November the 7th.
Fight Doctor's in the house on Rick James status as always. I would agree. I mean, if I'm Gary Russell Jr., I'm going up 2 weight classes. Yeah, I want a full training camp. So the training camp is 8 weeks. Mm-hmm. So if you give them a week, 2 weeks to negotiate the fight, I mean, how many that realistically 5 weeks? I mean, 4 weeks maybe if you do some type of media tour or whatever. So no, I think November 7th is too soon.
Well, that's one argument. Okay, good. Okay, so now we're gonna have to get into the counter argument. Let me just tidy up the screen on a momento. Yeah, so we're gonna have to get. Hold on, everybody. Let me just. Rafi likes things a certain way. Let me just correct something right here, right now. Let me see the appropriate picture for this piece.
Let me have a look how that looks. Let me have a look how that looks. Yeah, let's go with that. Uno momento. Boom. Okay, so yeah, that's the appropriate thumbnail for this piece. Okay, so let me address. Let me do the counter argument for that. Okay, so the counter argument for that is that yes, true indeed. 8 weeks. What's this year? Yes, that's a fair comment. Training camp is anywhere from 8 weeks to 12 weeks. I know a lot of the heavyweights, they like a 12-week training camp. Well, the real serious ones, Joshua has a 12-week training camp. I think, does Wilder have a 12-week training camp? I think Wilder has a longer training camp as well. Fury, he has longer training camps as well. Yes, so the heavyweights do love that 12-week training camp for sure. The lighter guys tend to need less so. So 8 weeks is appropriate for them. Right about now, I checked on my diary. Anybody got a diary in front of them, go ahead and check. But according to my matter of fact, let me do this live again. So I'm going to do this. Yeah, let me minimize that. And let me go into my diary and see how long he actually has. Gary Russell Jr. actually has. Okay, so it's the 11th of September now. Gary Russell Jr. has been tweeting, posting up on Instagram, correct me if I'm wrong, for at least a month now. At least a month he's been talking the talk and talk about how savage his training camps have been. Well, his training has been for at least a month. If anybody disagree with me, say so in the chat and we can go back and do a forensic examination of that. But I'm saying a month. He's been talking about he's been in beast mode in training, in the gym. Beast mode in the gym for a month. So what's that? That's August the 11th. We're now in September the 11th. That's a month. October 11th. That's 2 months. That's 8 weeks. November the 7th. That's what? That's just shy of 12 weeks. And I put it to you that would explain Bill Haney, father of Devin Haney. That would explain his anguish. That would explain part of his anguish when Gary Russell Jr. dropped the bombshell that it couldn't be the date which was always the date which they had agreed in principle. So let's get this clear. Gary Russell Jr. agreed in principle to the date, November the 7th. And now, live, a few hours ago, he says it wouldn't be on November the 7th anyway. But yet they've been talking about the November the 7th the whole time. That is, at the very least, that is very poor form. What is this? Is this your first rodeo? Is this Gary Russell's first rodeo? This ain't his first rodeo. He knows how the shiznix goes down. He knows that when you have a date, they've been talking about the date. Bill Haney has been talking about the date. What you got? What's your date? Gary Russell Jr. knew what the date was. He said, bring me 1.5. They brought him. It says, okay, we can do that. He says, no, that was for Crawford. For you, it's 2, because that was personal, so I'd do it for a lesser fee. But for you, it ain't personal, so it's 2. For you, the Haneys, it's 2. They say we can't do 2. Okay, eventually he comes around to the 1.5. He knew what the date was. And now he's saying that November the 7th wouldn't be the date. The look of dismay and consternation on Bill Haney's face. You know, to me, this reminds me of when there's a girl who don't want you. When there's a girl who don't want you, but she doesn't want to say no immediately. She wants to play you. She wants to play you and see how far she can push you. She don't want you. She just wants to see how many hoops you are prepared to jump through until you say, and I don't like it. I think they're being strung along. I think the Haney side are being strung along.
And in comes Scythe Bud. Scythe Bud.
Yo,
How you
yo,
doing?
Ralphie, how's it going, man?
I'm good, man. I'm good. It's good to have you back up in here.
Likewise.
Yeah. So what you saying, Scythe Bud? What you saying? What's going on? What is this rigmarole? What's this madness? What's your perspective? I don't know what your perspective is. Tell us your perspective.
All right, I just got wind of, you know what I'm saying, you being live and seeing what was going on and stuff, man. I see it look like Gary copping please right now, man. Like he want to stop and go. You know what I'm saying? He want to run the whole stop and go thing, man. He think it's a damn school dance or something, man. He gotta. Hey, my thing is like this. Man. I like Gary, man. I like that he talk that talk, and I do like the way he fight as a fighter. So it make it real hard to critique him, man. But
Yeah.
I mean, if you out there calling people out, man, you are doing the epitome of gas lighting. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When you talking about, hey, you calling out the big guy and you say, hey, big dude, this, that, and the third, I'm ready to come see you, and he not even worried about you. You gotta be ready when he say go. And plus, you're not even putting up the money, dog. You know what I'm saying? That's their money.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So that's like, okay, well, you see somebody walking on the side of the street, and they got their thumb on the side, and they're like, hey, let me get a ride. You like, all right, hop in. They're like, no, give me a minute. It's like, hell no.
OMG. There's more to this. This is one element. This is the we can't do. It's not going to be November the 7th. Remember, I draw the analogy of a girl who really doesn't want you. She might like you a little bit. But maybe she's got another guy on her mind. You've asked her out for a drink. She knows you like her. She likes you just enough to entertain it, but she's got other things on her mind. But she just thinks, well, you know, we've all seen the what was that? Who was the comedian? Bigger and Blacker. Who was New York? Chris Rock. I'm not gonna go into the joke because we try to keep it PG. Parental guidance around here, but you know, you've seen Chris Rock. You know, when a girl doesn't really want the guy, she kind of likes him, but she wants to keep him just in case. Just in case. Just keep him there. Just keep him there. Just stay there. Just stay in the corner. I'll tell you if I need you, when I need you, how I need you.
Exactly.
And this is what Gary Russel seems to me Gary Russel is doing. He's the girl who's trying to stall the fight doctor. That's my analysis. I know yours is different. Please come on in and expand.
Well, I mean, honestly, so Gary Russell is the one who called out Devin Haney, unless I missed something. So,
yes.
You know, if Devin Haney is calling Gary Russell's bluff, and then Gary Russell is throwing all kinds of, you know,
obstacles.
Yeah, if he's putting all kinds of obstacles in the way of the fight happening, well, then I think we can chalk this one up to being, you know, a duck. You know, but I mean, let's see. I mean, but listen. So I mean, realistically, if a guy wants to have an 8-week training camp, well, then I don't think that is an unreasonable request.
That's not unreasonable. It's not unreasonable. But remember, the problem is that the guy had the date. Gary Russell Jr. had the date. They've been communicating for at least 7 days. So let's look at the worst case scenario. The worst case, I mean, from today, anybody out there with your calculator, with your calendar, please contradict me if my maths is wrong. But from my reckoning, from today, it's 7 weeks. I don't want to have to go back in the calendar. From today, it's 7 weeks. From now till November the 7th. They've been talking for at least a week about this topic. And they had the date. I'm convinced and I'm sure, I'm satisfied that the Russell side had the date because Bill Haney has been talking about the time slot. He's been talking about the date from the beginning. We have a date and we have a budget for a date. What's your date and what's your budget for your date? So they've always known the dates. So for Gary Russell Jr., because I've been watching this very carefully to see if he was going to duck out. And so for Gary Russell Jr., for a week later to say, oh, your date ain't good. We need more time. We need 8 weeks. 8 weeks is fine, sure, but you've been working like a beast in the gym, calling out bigger fighters for at least a month. Anybody with some different dates, please feel free to contradict my dates. What I'm saying, he's been calling out bigger fighters for a month and been saying that he's been in beast mode in the gym for a month. So how the hell are you going to say that you ain't got the time now when you've been training hardcore, according to you, hardcore for a month? And so you got what, another 1 week shy of 2 months. So what's that, an 11-week camp?
And it's
so
not like my bad. Yeah. It's not like he has to make weight. I mean, come on, man. He going up in weight. So I mean, all you really doing is a lot of strength and conditioning. You know what I mean? And it ain't like he been so active. He need a break from a tough fight. When the last time he fought? You know what I mean? He if you plan on going up, you shooting up what is it? Is it two weight classes? You shooting up
two weight classes.
Two weight classes, man. And last time you fought was it this year?
When was the last time he fought? Gary Russell Jr. Let me go. Was it earlier on this year?
You know what? I honestly, I think he fought twice last year. I'm not even sure if he fought this year.
Yeah. Let me just go and have a look. But carry on with your point though. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, like, if I'm not mistaken, he fought 2 times last year, and that's like the first time he fought 2 times in a year since he had the, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna, I'm watching my language, since he had the WBC belt. You know what I'm saying? So if that's the first time you fought twice in a year, dog, you ready to go, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, because as far as like you're not recovering from no injury, nothing like that, or nothing. You know what I'm saying? So, and if you're going up,
it was
not
February the 8th of this year. He fought Nambaya, February the 8th of this year. And when was the last time he fought? One time last year. That was in May of last year. And then before that was May of 2018. And then before that was May of 2017. And before that, it was April of 2016. And before that, it was March of 2015. So he's been consistently doing once a year. The last time he fought more than once in a year was in, when was that? 2014. 2014, when he fought 3 times in a year. He fought in the January, the June, and the December. And that was the last time he fought more than 1 time in a year. And that was, 6 years ago?
OMG, man. That's ridiculous. I'm like, man, do you get paid for fighting, man? Like, I mean, come on. I can't tell you get paid to fight. I know kids in high school that fight more than
that. It's madness. I'm telling you, it's madness.
It's madness, man. And this dude, you know what I'm saying? You calling out bigger guys. You know what I'm saying? Really, you really just you barking up the wrong tree, man. You up there trying to hang with the big dogs, man. And like, okay, if you want to do that, you want to talk that mess, then take what come along with it. You know what I'm saying?
Step up. How are you calling out the man? You know what this is what grieves me. It hurts me personally. It's like you're making arrangements with people and you tell them specifically, you tell them the date, you tell them what day that date falls on, you tell them the time, and you're meticulous in telling them what the arrangements are. And then somebody steps up late in the day and says, no, that date don't work for me.
And Gary's claiming that he has another potential opponent that he might be able to fight instead of Haney. So he might just be trying to finesse the situation and give promotion to the other fighter he might be potentially fighting, and giving himself just more and more promotion, because we haven't seen Gary Russell making this much noise in the media ever in his career.
I don't believe Gary Russell. I'm sorry. I don't believe him. I think it's exactly what you say. I think Gary Russell is doing this for self-promotion. I think Gary Russell, he said himself, December's good for us. So now everything's got to be pushed back a month for Gary Russell when he was the one who said he wanted it. This don't sit well with me. Fight doctor.
So here's what I want to know, right? Here's my question. So Gary Russell calls out Bud Crawford, who's at welterweight. He calls out Devin Haney, who's at lightweight. Crawford fights under the top stank banner, and of course, Haney fights under rematch room. My question is, if you're going to go through the trouble of calling out bigger guys, right? Why would you call out bigger guys who are fighting on the other side of the street, as opposed to calling out a bigger guy, like, for instance, a Gervonta Davis, who fights in the same, management as you do, and would be a much easier fight to make? I mean, seriously, if you're going to go up in weight, why are you calling out these guys where the politics of boxing are more likely to prevent those fights from happening, as opposed to calling out a guy at lightweight actually at 130, in a fight that's more likely to get made? I don't get that.
Gary wants to fight on December the 26th. Who fights on that date? Who fights on that date when everybody spent the money before Christmas? In the kind of post-COVID era, although we're still in the kind of pandemic era. So what the hell kind of date is that? I just don't know. And why? Yeah, you raise a good question, the fight doctor. Why try to make the most difficult matchup on the other side of the street when you got in-house situations?
I don't really believe in the whole other side of the street ideology, man, because these guys, a lot of these, they can fight who they really want to fight for the most part. I can't, not all the time, because I mean, depending on the promoter or whatnot, and but PBC is not really invested in Gary Russell like that. You know what I'm saying? So I don't see any real reason, unless it's like something personal between him and Al Haymon, and why he's trying to hold on to him as hold on to that contract. Because look at Mikey Garcia, he crossed the street and got that money to fight Jesse Vargas. You know what I'm saying? At the Zone. You know what I'm saying? He got that bag. You got Danny Jacobs. He crossed the street when he went over to Zone, got that money. You know what I'm saying? Cassidy crossing the street, man. I just think that sometimes maybe the promotional teams might make it harder for him, but I don't think that's impossible, unless you're Canelo. You know what I'm saying? Because Canelo, he up there. You know what I'm saying? He up there going through his litigation thing right now. But I don't think it's impossible, man. I just think that I think it's a lot of posturing and a lot of nonsense. Yeah.
What is this? Russell's talking about fighting Fortuna. I don't know. Is that a bigger fight than the Haney fight? Does he really need it to be in December when he's what is he on weight? He's on weight now.
That's a better fight to me.
Yeah, the Haney's a better fight. I don't think there's a weight issue. He's going up in weight. He's on weight. But yet he needs it to be December. Why didn't he say that in the first place? Why didn't he say that a week ago, 2 weeks ago? I don't know. I'm kind of disappointed, because I think I see the direction this damn thing is heading in. It's legit to have a 12-week training camp. If you need 12 weeks, it's legit to have 12 weeks. But you know what the date is. You knew what the date is. So what are you playing at? As we say over here, what are you playing at? I get a feeling, the fight doctor, that anybody who is expecting this fight to happen is going to end up disappointed. And I have a feeling that Gary Russell is going to have his excuses lined up. What say you, fight doctor?
Well, I mean, so we have to ask the question. Actually, I think we have to ask two questions. First question we need to ask is, do either of these guys have a better option? That's the first question. And the second question is, is Gary Russell just blowing smoke? Or is he serious about going up to 135 to fight Devin Haney?
I put it to you. That no, neither guy has a better option right now, a high-profile option. Everybody's acknowledged. Most people have acknowledged that the build-up for this fight has been very good. It's got the internet buzzing.
And for Gary Russell, a guy who has a relatively low profile, as a guy who fights once a year, he's done a very, very good job spouting off at the mouth. If it comes to fruition, then fine. But if it doesn't, then surely it was just spouting off at the mouth. The man's just come on and said, nah, your date is no good for me. It's going to have to be in December sometime. Is that a duck? Fight doctor.
I don't know. I mean,
okay.
So if the guy says he needs 8 weeks to train, then he needs 8 weeks to train. You know,
yeah.
Then
well, he's saying 12, effectively.
Well, if he's saying if he's saying that he needs to have a 12-week training camp, then he needs to have a 12-week training camp. That's not. I don't know that that's a duck. Maybe it is.
Why string everybody along then when he knows what the date is, and the date is set November the 7th? Why string everybody along?
Maybe he's trying to negotiate a better deal, and he's using this as leverage. Who knows? I mean, I don't know. Mm-hmm. But you know, my instincts tell me that maybe he's blowing smoke because, you know, I would think that if I'm Gary Russell Jr. and I'm going to go up to lightweight and lose, I want to go up to lightweight and lose for the most amount of money I can make. And in my mind, I would make the most amount of money in a losing effort against Gervonta Tank Davis in a fight that's probably easier to make. And let's be honest, I think at the 130, 135 divisions, the draw is Gervonta Tank Davis. I think he's probably the biggest draw in either of those divisions. And if I'm Gary Russell Jr., if I'm a businessman and I'm looking to capitalize, you know, making the most amount of money I can make, then that's the fight I would target. If I was serious, you know, if I were Gary Russell Jr., serious about moving up to lightweight, then that's the fight I think he should look at.
And yes. Gary's defense, he did call out Tank Davis last year, and you know, Mayweather he made it clear that they weren't interested in that fight. You know, and I can't say that Gary can. First off, I won't call it. If you don't fight Haney, I can't call it a duck. I will call it a bluff. You know, right? Because he was just blowing smoke if he don't fight that dude. Even though if he did fight him, it would set him up for a super fight with the rematch with Lomachenko. You know what I mean? And that's real bread. If he can manage to beat Devin Haney, you know what I'm saying, and get that WBC belt, you know, the real belt, not that nonsense. You know what I'm saying? And I really don't think that Lomachenko could deny staying up there to fight Gary at 134. I mean, 135. Or if they can come up to an agreement, I don't know, some type of different weight, because they do it all the time. Some kind of different weight where they both come back down a little bit, fight for the WBC, something. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever, for no belt. But you know what I'm saying? It'll still be a big money fight for them to come back and do a rematch if he can manage to beat somebody like Devin Haney.
Yeah. So what else did he say? There was a key point. Oh, dang. I almost forgot. Y'all must have forgot. What does this say? This would be Gary's biggest payday during a pandemic. Guy does not want the fight. Would this be Gary's biggest payday? Fight doctor, do you know? Do you know what Gary's biggest payday has been?
It was probably the Lomachenko fight, but I couldn't tell you for certain though.
See, Bud, Cypher Bud, do you know what Gary Russell's? Oh, he's dropped off, bad connection, I'm assuming. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what Gary Russell's biggest payday has been to date. There were, but it could be. Maybe he's living on $1 million a year. Maybe he's been getting $1 million. Can you live on $1 million a year? I guess so. Yeah, of course you can.
I would love to find out.
Yeah, exactly. I think I could manage it. I'm getting by on less than that now, so I'm pretty sure I could manage it.
My bad, I fell out.
Yeah, you fell off a little bit. So you're not calling it a duck. If it doesn't come to fruition, you're not going to call it a duck, Scythe, bud.
No, I'm not calling it a duck.
Not
And as far
calling it,
and as far as that biggest payday, I don't
yeah.
know. I couldn't tell you. I don't know. That was before Lomachenko's profile kind of went up like that. You know, I don't think if it has got to be his biggest payday. I can't
Yeah.
really call him ever getting $1 million in a fight ever.
Yeah. 1.4, Gary's biggest payday. Okay, and this is 1.5. I believe that. I find that believable. So this would be, it looks like this could be his biggest payday that he is currently, as far as I can see, is currently walking away from. The goddamn date set. He was in negotiations, and then all of a sudden he drops, hey, the date's no good for me. Okay, so that's Exhibit A. Exhibit B is the fact that I think you heard it in the tape already. He's talking about Al Haymon. Al Haymon, who a week ago they were saying weren't interested in it. They weren't interested in it. Al Haymon wasn't interested in it. Russel's side. Russel. Haymon is Russel's so-called advisor. Not his promoter or his manager, or not his promoter and his manager. Al Haymon is his advisor. And he's saying now that Al Haymon is interested. So once again, it's the frustration of making arrangements, and then all of a sudden, you know, the other person who's saying, yeah, okay, comes out with no, can't do that date. And oh, by the way, Al Haymon wants to finance this thing. The Fight Doctor, your observations, your thoughts on that?
Well, honestly, I don't know. You know, it's. I just want to see the fight. I mean, I think that's an intriguing fight. You know, the veteran against the up and coming, you know, young lion, and yeah, I don't want to hear all this talk. I don't care about dates. I just want to see the fight. You know, we've been lean on the boxing, you know, meal ticket lately. And, you know, I just want to, I want life to go back to the way it was before this damn virus, where we were getting good fights on a, you know, somewhat regular basis. Whereas now we're just like, we've been starving. And I'm like, you know, Tyrone Biggums, you know, where can I get some of that crack? You know, where can I get some of that boxing crack?
Yeah. You know? Yeah.
So
I hope you're not prepared to do all the things that he was prepared to do to get his fix.
No, not quite. No. But it's approaching, okay? It's approaching.
Okay. Yeah, you want to get it, but yeah, what do I think? I think with him bringing in, now he's changed the dates. Now Gary Russell's changing the date. Now it's got to be December when he knows the date's November the 7th. Now he's talking about Al Haymon wants to finance it. And once again, I come to the analogy of the girl that don't really want you, but she's not sure that she doesn't either. So she just wants to, she's gonna tell you anything she has to tell you just to keep you on the side. Keep you on the side just in case of an emergency. So I'm afraid.
My bad.
Carry on.
I feel like with Al Haymon getting in the mix, man, like it's making it's like convoluting the whole situation, man.
Yeah.
Like, why is Al Haymon? I mean, if Al Haymon wants to finance it, then the purchases are going to change. It's a totally different production. It's a different fight.
It's a different fight.
You know what I mean? If y'all can't, if he's financing it, then you know, then the whole thing turns to like, okay, it's not about you getting $1.5 million. That whole thing's going to change because when they get involved, when PPC gets involved, you know, it's a lot of back end money involved rather than Jim saying up front. And maybe he might be trying to. I'm not sure. Maybe he's trying to push it to like the purse bid type thing to make it go on even longer. And these fights don't never happen.
OMG. Also, he wants it to be PPV. Al Haymon obviously would want that thing to be PPV, and then there's uncertainty in that.
Yo, I don't want to pay for that fight, man. Not like that.
When you could get it on the app or whatever, through Matchroom, if not Dazn. It's very, very messy. I'm not holding my breath for this. A matter of fact, as far as I'm concerned now, if you ask me if I believe that Gary Russell will be there, will be anywhere on November the 7th, well, the man just told you himself. He said no. And so if November the 7th is the date, then the man, Gary Russell, told you out of his own mouth, the answer is no. And so as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to go around the table on this one last time to get everybody's final opinion. But as far as I'm concerned, this is my final opinion. As far as I'm concerned, Gary Russell is that woman who don't really want you, but she just wants to keep you on the side, just in case. Fight Doctor, your final word on this topic.
Well, we'll see. Maybe Gary Russell is serious. Maybe he really does want the fight. I don't know. But I will say this to the crowd who believes that pay-per-view is dead. I would ask you to look around and observe what is going on with the app and what is going on with those who still promote pay-per-view. And you tell me if having given it an honest assessment, if the pay-per-view market is really dead. I submit that that's not the case. I mean, we've got 3 pay-per-views coming up in the next couple of months. We got one in September, and we've got one in October. No, I'm sorry. We've got one in September, and we have 2 in November.
Mm-hmm.
And the app doesn't even have, I think it has 1 fight scheduled for the rest of the year. So, yeah, I think all this talk about pay-per-view being dead is premature.
Mm-hmm. Cypher Bud.
Okay. As far as the thing with Gary, I'll say this, man. If he fights him, he fights him. If he don't, he don't. I really don't care because I don't want to see the fight. Gary need to go fight somebody in this weight class, and Devin need to go do the same thing. Nobody asked for this fight. Okay, nobody wants to see it. Y'all both got business that y'all both need to be handling, and both y'all respective weight classes. Go do it. And if y'all gonna fight, make it happen. Don't make it. It's not something you're gonna let marinate. Let it happen. And as far as so, I won't call it a duck. I just call it a bluff. You know what I'm saying? But I think Gary clout chasing because he's looking out for his family. He got 2 other brothers that are professionals that he want to get their name and their profile up and their family name because they all got the same damn name anyway. You know what I'm saying? So I think Gary looking to cash himself out eventually because he don't want to be fighting forever, but he's looking to get his brothers in the game and start fighting and making money for the family. But as far as is pay-per-view boxing dead, kill it, please, because I feel like pay-per-view boxing is not what it used to be. It's not back in the days with Tyson and what Tyson and Chavez be on the same card. You know what I'm saying? No stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not, and we not paying $50 over here on the side of the pond, man. Them cards them cost $80, man. It's like people who not even into boxing like that, because in America, boxing is not a big sport at all. You got the NFL, you got the NBA, you got the MLB. You know what I'm saying? But if you want people to pay for boxing, they have to be excited about it. And I just feel like death to pay-per-view.
Yeah. Yes. As Americans, I don't know what Fight Doctor. As Americans, I don't know what your love of pay-per-view is. Could you talk me through that? What's your love of the pay-per-view?
Listen, as an American, I can tell you right now that me and my pocketbook have no love for pay-per-view. Okay, I sorely miss the what is it? It was the jailbroken cable box days. I miss those days. Back in the day, I had one of the cable boxes. You just put the chip in, right? This is before like cable was digital and all that kind of stuff. You just put the chip in the box and it unscrambles all the channels. Yeah. So all the boxing pay-per-views, I watched those for free back in the day. So that, just give you an idea how old I am, right? So yeah, I have no love for pay-per-view. And if pay-per-view were to die tomorrow, I would not shed a tear. Trust. I would. Okay. But just unfortunately, the way the boxing works in this country is pay-per-view has been, and I suspect always will be, very much part of the boxing fan reality.
Did you
the
just say?
hardcore boxing fan reality?
Did you just say always will be?
I suspect it will be. And look, I'm not happy about that. Listen, me and my pocketbook, we have no love for pay-per-view. Over the years, I've given those people hundreds and thousands of dollars in pay-per-view. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Money I would love to have back. But, as a boxing fan, unfortunately, it just comes with the territory. You just have to deal with it, but, I have no love for pay-per-view. None.
Okay. So let us scroll along. We've chopped up the Gary Russell thing. I don't think it's going to. Oh, yeah. So we're going to have to do a pick. And this is for the people in the chat also. Will the Gary Russell versus Devin Haney fight take place this year? I'll vote first, and I wish it would, but I don't think so. I think Devin Haney's ready, but Gary Russell is not. So I say it don't happen this year, if ever. The Fight Doctor, does it happen this year, if ever?
Well, to quote Lennox Lewis, money solves all problems. So if the money is such that neither party can say no to a fight happening this year, then the fight will happen this year.
But do you think that it's going to happen this year?
No.
Okay. No. That's 2 notes. Cypher Bud, do you think that fight happens this year, if ever?
The fight's definitely not happening this year. And if they wait any longer, I mean, Devin Haney is he a growing boy, man. So ain't no telling how long he's gonna be at that weight class. And it looks like after that T.O. and Loma thing, these guys might get up out of there. So he might be looking to get up out of there too. So if it don't happen this year, it's probably not gonna happen. And if it does happen in 2021, it's just proof that boxing sees their fans like how a sugar baby sees a sugar daddy. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna say, "Look, we're gonna put it in front of you, and you're gonna watch it and pay for it." And you know what? I'm really not cool with that. You know what I'm saying? I don't go to strip clubs. You feel me? So I'm not gonna be throwing money at these bleep words. I ain't gonna even.
Yes. I hear you. So that's 3-0. 3 people think it ain't happening, and nobody on the panel thinks that fight happens this year, if ever. James Jameson says promoters sucking the life out of American boxing. 100. And so that was the final word on the Gary Russell versus Devin Haney thing. In my opinion, Gary Russell is pulling the hoax on the public. I'm sorry to say it. He's pulling the hoax on the public, getting people's hopes up high, and really it's just promotion for his real fight, his real next fight against Fortuna. That probably will be in December. He'll probably get his usual, whatever it is he gets, 1 million. And he's happy with that. Once a year, he gets $1 million. He clearly lives a sensible lifestyle. So apparently he's got enough to pay all of his expenses, invest some, and save the bulk. Put the bulk in the retirement fund. Seems like a sensible guy like that. No, sorry to say, I don't believe Gary Russell. I don't believe him. I'm not even sure he'd take it if they put everything back to December, which they should not do. Because when you start making arrangements with people and they've really got different arrangements and they're nodding their head, saying, it's all good, when really they know it's not all good, but they let you get a bit further, deeper into the thing. And then they start springing surprise on you and just say, get the hell on out of here. Get the hell on up out of here. It's just bad business practice. It ain't going to happen, folks. I'm sorry. I wish it would, but I don't think it will. And so that's that. But there's going to be more noise. And yes, we will listen to the noise because we want it to happen. But it's not going to happen. I hope it does.
but I don't think it will. Okay, and that's that. Okay, so moving neatly and swiftly on. I think all of us are aware. All of us are aware of the situation, the Canelo versus Dazn situation. It ain't good. It's bad. And I don't know how we tackle this one, but it's the talk of the moment. So we need to touch on it. Of course, we touched on it over here on Wednesday with the Rick Glazer on the weekly program, Wednesday show, 9 p.m. UK time, 4 p.m. East Coast, and 1 p.m. Pacific time. We chopped it up neatly and thoroughly, but of course there are going to be some elements in some areas that warrant further discussion, perhaps. The Fight Doctor, I know that you have strong opinion on this situation. You want to go ahead and say it as you see it.
Well, I mean, so I'm glad that Canelo Alvarez is taking control of his career.
Mm-hmm.
It was probably a mistake for him to sign up with Golden Boy Promotions in the first place, given that Golden Boy Promotions is, controlled and headed by a guy who cross-dresses, snorts cocaine, and likes to do strange things with kitchen utensils. That's just not a good look. And I'm still amazed that Bernard Hopkins is a part of this program, given all what we know about the guy who's out front at Golden Boy Promotions.
His money isn't good.
Well, I mean, I would imagine the money is good. Well, it was good. I don't know how good the money's going to be now. Listen, I don't think Golden Boy is going to survive this. I don't. I would like to know what's the line on Golden Boy filing for bankruptcy in the next 30 to 45 days.
If Golden Boy filed for bankruptcy in the next 30 to 40 days, that doesn't kill Golden Boy.
You're right. It doesn't kill Golden Boy, but it probably kills their contract with Canelo.
Oh yeah, it would do that.
So yeah, Golden Boy would survive. But honestly, what is Golden Boy without Canelo Alvarez? Post bankruptcy, and listen, in addition to Golden Boy losing the Canelo Alvarez contract, they're going to lose the contract with DAZN also, because not only is it probable that Golden Boy is in breach of contract with Canelo Alvarez, I think it's also likely that they're in breach of contract with DAZN. Mm-hmm. So, and if, and this is a big if, Golden Boy Promotions survives this, when they come out on the other side, it's going to be a totally and completely different operation than what it was.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes. Okay. So, Cypher Bud, what are your feelings about this this Canelo versus Golden Boy versus DAZN situation?
All right. Well, it's obviously a complex situation. It's nowhere near as simple as as we want to assume that it is. But I'll put it like this: there's no way that Golden Boy is going anywhere anytime soon. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, hey fellas, hold on. I'll be right back. Hold on.
All right. What are we saying here? Okay, it's me. You see, okay, so I understand Fight Doctor is on the one side of the spectrum on this. So let me go on over on the other side. Let me argue the opposite case. Let me argue a case for survival. So everybody has a full spectrum of views on this thing. Okay, so what is the case for survival? The case for survival is that Canelo, in his court case, well, there's an element of the court case that I want to talk about. One element of the court case is where Canelo is suing Golden Boy for not going out and seeking a fight for him when it became apparent that the Zone weren't playing ball the way he wished they would. Talking about he being Canelo. Part of the lawsuit is that Golden Boy should have gone out and fought and found a fight for Canelo elsewhere, since he felt DAZN weren't playing ball. But if Golden Boy had done that, then that would have been a breach of contract. It would have been a breach of their contract with DAZN for trying to make a fight with Canelo outside of the exclusive contract with DAZN. So that's something I want to clear up. That's something I want to say. It's something I want to say in response to certain videos which I've seen out there saying, well, why don't he go and fight elsewhere? He's not at liberty to go and fight. You don't have the liberty to go and fight elsewhere when you're in an exclusive contract.
Right. I'm back. My bad, man.
Okay, yeah.
I'm gonna give it to you like this. I gotta start this little session over here. But I'll tell you like this though, man. Canelo definitely he has the power in his hand. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, he signed an exclusive deal with DAZN, and you know that is what it is. And he made a bad deal because he made a good deal because of the money, but it was only a good deal because the money was there. But he made a bad deal because he gave himself two masters. You know what I'm saying? He got DAZN as a master, and he has Golden Boy as a master. And you know that's you spreading yourself short when the actuality is Canelo is the gold. You know what I'm saying? Canelo is the gold. He's the real value. You know what I mean? So when he saw his out, when they weren't supplying him with that $36 million every fight, hey, if y'all not holding up y'all end, I don't have to hold up my end as far as exclusivity. You know what I'm saying? So he figured like, hey, people in boxing fans want to see Canelo fight. Now, if they want to see him fight on DAZN, they want to see him fight on Top Rank, they want to see him fight on PBC, they don't really care, but they want to see him fight. You know what I'm saying? And if y'all can't bring the money, guess what? Somebody else will.
Yes.
And that's smart, man. What's that's he playing straight out of Floyd Mayweather's book, man. He learned a lot of lessons in that ring from that man. Yeah.
In and out of the ring.
In and out of the ring.
Yeah.
Okay. But it was a pleasure, man. I'm gonna stay in tune with you. I'm having you in the background.
100%. Much appreciated. That was Cypher Bud. Good that you would come back on in. And okay, we're gonna talk a little bit more about this Canelo situation. So what do you envisage, Fight Doctor, as when all is said and done, when all the cards have been played, all the cards have been shown, each participant, Canelo, Golden Boy, DAZN, when each participant shows their hand, how do you see the landscape? What do you see? Look into the crystal ball and tell me what you see, Fight Doctor.
So I think there's still some questions that need to be answered. And one of those questions is, what exactly are the terms of the contract between Golden Boy and DAZN and how they relate to Canelo Alvarez? That's a very important piece of the puzzle that we don't yet understand, and we need to understand before, making any type of informed decision or informed, speculation about what happens next.
Yeah.
I suspect there's probably some shady dealings in that contract. Again, the guy who is in charge of Golden Boy Promotions is a cokehead, cross-dressing guy who uses, kitchen utensils for, lewd acts. So when you're dealing with that type of mindset, there's just no telling, So just given who we know, who Oscar De La Hoya is, I can just imagine that there's probably all kinds of stuff in that DAZN. Look, we already know that Golden Boy is actually already in breach of contract with DAZN, because didn't Golden Boy commit to making the Golovkin Alvarez 3 fight in 2019?
Yeah.
I believe that was part of the agreement, that at least part of what is known about the agreement between DAZN and Golden Boy. So that didn't happen. So we already know that Golden Boy is in breach of contract. So,
PSO.
yeah. So I could just imagine that there's probably some other stuff that's in there too, that when this stuff is made public, it's probably going to be very, very ugly for Golden Boy, you know? So,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. And then if you're Golden Boy, you know, the world is already blown up in your face. And after this, DAZN is not going to have anything else to do with you. Canelo Alvarez is not going to have anything else to do with you. You know, where do you go from here? You know, you go crawling back to Uncle Al. You know, I mean, you can't go to ESPN. You can't go there because Top Rank has that on lock. So where do you go from here?
Where do you go from? Where do we go from here? Is it down to the lake? I fear. It ain't looking good. It ain't looking good at all. What's the okay? So I have to be on the opposite side of the spectrum. I have to look at the other side, the positive possibilities. Well, what could be the positive possibilities? Okay, so let me outline how everybody could come out of this in shape. Canelo would have to take, in my view, Canelo would have to take a pay cut. That's one. Two. Well, the deal for everybody to come out of this, in good shape, the deal would have to be renegotiated. That's the only way I see everybody coming out of this in good shape. Now, is Canelo Alvarez going to renegotiate the deal? Renegotiation would, of course, mean him taking less money. I don't see. Well, I'll leave that question out there for the people. Would Canelo be amenable to a renegotiated deal where he takes less money? I guess the question would have to be, well, why should he? Why should he? There's more questions than answers. But then if the figure was comfortable, if he was comfortable with the figure, I don't know, would he go down to 25? No, that might be too much. DAZN didn't even want to pay him more than 17. Would he go down to 20 mil per fight? But then why should he when he can go out as a free agent if DAZN can't handle their commitment, their contractual commitment? Damn, I tried to be an optimist, but it's really difficult to see how everyone comes out of this good. It's very, very difficult to see. Damn. What does this say here? Somebody write something in the chat here. It's very, very difficult to see how everybody comes out of this in good shape. There's going to be, in every war, there will be casualties. So
from Canelo's point of view, the question has to be asked, all right, so what do we know? We know that DAZN does not want to give Golden Boy Promotions $40 million to screen Canelo's next fight. That's what we know. Either they don't want to or they're unable to. But whatever the reason, they're not going to. This is what we know, right? So question is Canelo the commodity worth $35 million? Now, if he goes back to Uncle Al, well, Uncle Al has pay-per-view. And, you know, Alvarez is arguably the biggest draw in boxing. Arguably. You know, we know he's the biggest draw in North America. I don't think anybody would question that.
Yeah, we know that.
Right. So the question is, you know, is there $35 million to be found in a Canelo pay-per-view? That's the question. Now, who could Canelo fight to generate that type of capital?
Mm.
You know, Charlo.
Yeah. Nope.
You know, well, that's the question. You know,
No.
that's the question that I think
Billy-
Alvarez needs to ask himself.
Billy Joe Saunders. Who else? Callum Smith. Andrade. Does he what's the attraction? What's the big attraction? The Charlos. Maybe the Charlos would be at the forefront. Maybe the Charlos. Who else? Who else other than Charlo? I mean Jamal, the big one. Who else?
Tell you what, let's ask another question. Let's ask another question. Now, Dazn was willing to give Alvarez half of his guarantee, right?
Mm.
So his guarantee is $35 million. And so half of that is, so what's half of that?
17. Well, it's 17 and a half, isn't it? Something like that, 17 and a half.
So then the question we should ask is, can Canelo make more than $17.5 million by going someplace else?
Well, you'd have to think. Well, I would have to think so. Canelo, if he's as big as they say he is, then for sure. If Canelo's as big as they say he is, I mean, he ain't big over here in the UK. But you USA guys, you must know how big he is. How much do you think? Do you think that 35 mil pay-per-view after pay-per-view is realistic for Canelo as a USA guy? Because he ain't big over here, just to be clear.
Well, I mean, I don't know that Alvarez can consistently make $35 million in the U.S. pay-per-view market, but I suspect he can consistently make 20.
I think so.
Yeah, I think that he can consistently make more than what DAZN is trying to pay him right now. You know, I mean, he's in his prime.
Yeah.
He's the biggest draw in America. You know, he does have that, you know, Mexican Latino following.
Yeah.
You know, you know, he does have Mexico behind him. So, you know, then I would imagine that if he cuts out the middleman in removing himself from, you know, his entanglement with the cokehead cross-dressing guy who has affinities for kitchen utensils, then you can just take that money and, you know, add it to the kitty.
So if Canelo is not going to be earning as much money elsewhere as he earned on DAZN, then then surely DAZN still have bargaining chips with Canelo. Theoretically, they still have bargaining chips with Canelo.
Well, I think the DAZN bargaining chips went out the window when they said we'll give you half of what we've been giving you. And I think, listen, now you have a job, I have a job. You know,
yeah.
I'm sure that most of the people listening have a job.
Yeah.
And so the job says, okay, you give us a certain amount of time, we give you a certain amount of money, right? And so then you have this agreement. And as long as both parties keep up their end of the deal, there's no problem, right? But like every now and then the job might say, well, you know what? I want you to work on a holiday. Or I might want you to work like, you know, beyond the normal regular time that we ask you to work. Okay, well, that's fine. I'll work on a holiday, or I'll work, you know, I'll work more than 40 hours a week. But then when you do that, special circumstances come into play, right?
Yeah. Yes, of course.
Yeah. So, you know, and then, but those special circumstances are agreed to, right?
Yeah.
It's time and a half pay, or it's holiday pay, or whatever it might be. Well, you have DAZN asking Canelo to work under special circumstances, but those special circumstances were never agreed to. So, you know, DAZN says, well, I'll tell you what, we'll pay you half. And Canelo says, okay, well, you know what? I'm entitled to $35 million, but you want to pay me half. I'll meet you in the middle, which I think is reasonable, right? I think that's reasonable. I'll meet you halfway. And DAZN says, no, it's take it or leave it. Well, I don't think that's negotiating in good faith. And I think that whatever bargaining chips that Dazn may have had, they essentially flushed all that down the toilet when they refused to negotiate, you know. And when they basically just said, you know, it's all or nothing. Like, what? Who? I mean, how does that go? You know, I have a contract here that says I'm entitled to a certain amount of money, and you're talking some extra, and I'm trying to work out a deal with you, but you're just not negotiating in good faith, it seems, from my point of view. So then you have this shady character over here on the left who cross-dresses, smokes coke, and has an affinity for kitchen utensils. So it just all looks, you know, it just looks shady and sideways. You know, so I think Alvarez was right to take the whole lot of them to court.
This is a messy situation. It's funny because sometimes the experts can get it so very, very wrong. Everybody was saying 35 mil. That's per fight. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. And so it has come to pass that damn, we're in a fix. We're in a bind. It's a mess. I'm not loving it one tiny bit. It's a shame it couldn't have gone smoother. Wish it would have gone smoother. But alas, I think that Dazn, I don't know what the outcome is going to be. I'm an optimist, not a pessimist. I'm always looking for the way to make something work. But I have to say, so I don't rule out Dazn boxing. I mean, Dazn is a company on the whole that will survive, yes. But the boxing wing, yes, that could indeed die, which is so unfortunate because they came into the game in a blaze of glory, and now they may go out of the game. The boxing arm of Dazn may go out in a blaze of infamy. And I hate to see ambitious schemes like this in invigorative schemes like this, which ostensibly appears to be for the good of the boxing fan. I hate to see them come down like it looks, the way it looks like the Dazn's boxing arm may come down. Damn, it's really hard. It's really hard to see the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow on this one. It really is. It's very, very difficult. Very, very difficult. But personally, I mean, you know, as a small business owner myself, I do root for these upstarts, especially when they seem to have good intentions. But if the maths don't add up, there ain't much of a damn thing that you can do to make them add up if they don't add up. If the maths don't add up, they just don't add up. That's the reality of the situation. It's very, very murky. It's very, very difficult to see how all parties could possibly come out of this all smelling of roses. But I'm an optimist. I'm an optimist, and I will wait. I'll wait to see how this damn thing unfolds. Right about now, it ain't looking too good. It ain't looking too good at all. Looking bad. It's looking real bad. Where are we here? Wilder's numbers on Showtime were always in the millions of views. Where's the numbers? Where's the actual numbers? Where's the actual numbers? What do you mean? You know, we deal with actual numbers over here. Don ZB, you should know better by now. Fury and Klitschko were on pay-per-view and sold $500,000 first time. Actually, we don't know. He did $300K against Ortiz, and all reports state in the 20s. That boy ain't moving no numbers. Wilder had 30-plus fights in America and no PPV. Stop. Wrong. The numbers were abysmal without a belt. Wilder. Dear. Yes. Wilder ain't even sell out that little arena in Bama. Ain't nobody checking for him. OMG. Oh yeah, what are we saying? You mean 500K at 19 pounds, and that was free in America? I don't know what you're saying there. I don't know what you're saying there, Don ZB. Thou doth protest too much, one thinks. Wilder versus Ortiz did 300K pay-per-views. That's $79. Which one was that? Was the first one or the second one? First one or the second one? Dazn signed a deal with Golden Boy, who they thought spoke with Canelo's blessing. It seems a damn shame, but so it goes. So it goes. James Jameson, Wilder couldn't even fill a stadium without Fury. Abysmal numbers. Abysmal numbers. I mean, they're just about broke even with the second one. Wilder and Fury got paid well, but there wasn't much profit outside of that. And those two guys got paid well, but there wasn't because they had a high asking price. They wanted the moon and the stars. I'm wondering how the third fight's going to go. I don't think it's going to be breaking any records whatsoever. Eddie lost the plot. Has Eddie lost the plot? What's Eddie saying? Wilder Ortiz 2 ain't do 300K. Even if it did. That was a farce of boxing. That was an absolute. Was that necessary? Was Wilder Ortiz really necessary? I don't think so. This is going to get dirty in court unless they come out with a deal. They got to come up with a deal. Hunter could jab Wilder's head off. Damn. I think he'd go for the hooks. I think Hunter would go for the hooks, the wide hooks. Canelo and AJ couldn't help Dazn. Truth is, only Wilder could have helped. Don ZB, I know you're trolling now. Out of those three people, Wilder sells the least. Remember, he couldn't afford to negotiate with Joseph Parker. They were offering, Al Haymon was offering $1 million, whereas Matchroom were offering Joseph Parker $6 million. 6 times what Wilder could offer. 6 times. That's a lot. That's a hell of a lot. OMG. Wilder's gone deep in the woods. Alligator burgers all around. Eddie lost the plot with his own overspending everywhere. Yeah, you have to come down to it. Thank you. You jog my memory. One thing I wanted to say about this as we come close to the end of this shiznix. One thing I want to say about this is that my old buddy Rick Glazer said something. I don't agree with everything that Rick Glazer says, but he had been saying for weeks that this isn't good matchmaking. And at first I thought it's because he don't like Eddie. Rick don't like Eddie. I thought that's why he was saying it. But as time has gone by, and Eddie wasn't the only matchmaker over there at the zone. So, and Eddie didn't have nothing to do with the Canelo deal. But as time has gone by, I have to say something. The zone should have also been building up fighters, new hot prospects. They should have been building up fighters. They should have had the fighters on their cards like your Ryan Garcias. I guess that's why they signed up with Golden Boy, because they wanted that type of guy. All the hot new prospects, the zone should have been going after them, not just the established guys. I mean, it's like a football team. You guys call it soccer. We call it football. It's like a football team. Any good football team or any good team, full stop. It comprises, there's three categories of player. You have the newcomers, the hot new prospects, those guys with just a flash of brilliance, young flash of brilliance. And they might be a little bit rough around the edges, but you can shape them and mold them because they have the talent and they're going to be stars if they're correctly handled. So you get the new talent. Then you have the guys who they were the new talent before, and now they're getting established. Yeah, so those are the middle guys. And then you have the guys who are already established. They are tried, tested, and proven. So there's three categories of player in any kind of team. The new The new guys, how can you call them? The new guys who come in with a bang. They've got that talent. They've got star potential, and you just need to craft them and hone them. That's the new guys. The guys who were new, and now they're becoming established. Now they're becoming household names. Yeah, those middle guys. And then you have the tried, tested, and approved guys. The guys who are already household names. So you need those three tiers. And I think Dazn kind of fell down with the new guy tier, the new talent tier. I think in that time you should always be looking to develop that. You should always have exciting new talent coming up, and maybe they fell down in that area. Maybe they clearly fell down in the pricing area. They clearly were paying too much for the talent. And so when you look at that, you have to kind of give a little bit of a nod to your people like your Frank Warren. You know, he gets a lot of maybe we give him some flack from time to time, but he will take the prospects. Because his bargaining power isn't the greatest, I think that helps promoters to be more creative. The Zone should have had some small promoters, some little Lou DiBellas around, making those exciting undercard fights. He was working with Al Haymon, of course, but they fell out when DiBella made that meeting with the Zone to get that DAZN offer to try and get Deontay Wilder to take the DAZN offer. So yeah, they fell down in a couple of blatantly obvious places. The new talent and the pricing, and just the general exciting matchmaking, and that's what the shoestring. That's what the shoestring promoters can do. People like Frank Warren who operate on a lesser budget than an Eddie Hearn, it forces those guys to be more creative. And don't get it twisted though. Nobody's clamoring to see a full Frank Warren card. Nobody's clamoring for that. But then on the flip side of that, Frank Warren comes up with a guy like Daniel Dubois. Eddie Hearn got the gold medalist in Joshua, but Frank Warren, with a lesser budget, he had to be more creative. So he comes up with a black diamond in the form of Daniel Dubois. What say you, Fight Doctor? What say you?
Well, I don't know. I'm not really sold on Dubois, you know.
Okay.
So I want to see that guy fight somebody.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got Joe Joyce lined up in his next fight, correct?
Yeah.
And as much as I'm not sold on Dubois, I'm more so sold on Joe Joyce. I think Dubois is going to win that fight, but I do want to see Dubois fight somebody. Now, isn't there some rumbling about Dubois possibly being the opponent for Usyk if Joshua vacates the WBO title?
If Joshua vacates the WBO, then Dubois is number 2 in the WBO rankings. He's rose up to number 2. So then if that did happen, then there would be the possibility of Daniel Dubois fighting what's his name? Usyk.
Usyk, yes.
Yeah.
That would be an interesting fight.
That would be interesting. The new guy against the
other new guy.
Yeah. The cruiserweight unified, the ex-unified cruiserweight champ.
Yeah.
Undisputed, the ex-undisputed champ. So yeah, that would be yeah. So that's the Frank Warren. He's got Dubois and he's got Joyce. He's working with a lesser budget, and my point was, working with a lesser budget can force a man to be more creative. When you throw money at a situation, throwing money at a situation isn't always the right thing to do. In fact, it's often the wrong thing to do.
Well, in essence, that's why Dazn is in the predicament that they're in.
It certainly would appear so. Certainly would appear so.
Yeah, because whoever okayed that deal with Golden Boy was definitely asleep at the wheel.
You should never be looking to try to pay top buck. I understand the predicament that Dazn were in. She's biz up in the building. I understand the position that they went in the market knowing that they're gonna overspend. But you know, well, once you start overspending, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's very, very easy to criticize. Very easy to criticize, but if you got a big budget, the chances are you're gonna spend big. That's the reality. You got a big budget, the chances are you're gonna spend big. And what you do you not have to overspend in order to attract the talent?
Well, I don't know that you have to overspend, but I think the problem with Dazn is the same problem I think that HBO had, was that the people who were in charge of their boxing program weren't boxing guys, didn't love the sport. You know, and you know, you just throw money at a guy without any type of oversight or restrictions, and then you wonder why the guy hasn't produced for you. You know, well, there was nothing in the contract that incentivized him to produce for you, you know? So it was stupid. And I think it was smart for Alvarez to sign the contract up front because it was easy money.
Yeah, it was easy money.
Yeah, it was easy money.
Very easy money. I just want to address Don ZB. Don ZB, you're talking about Wilder would have saved Dazn. I'm assuming you're trolling. I know, you know, that wouldn't, that's speculation, isn't it? It's highly unlikely. Deontay Wilder has not proved to be a pay-per-view hit. Last fight, yeah, they got paid well because they had high asking prices, but there wasn't really much to go around after that. After they got paid in the second fight, what was the first fight? Was the first fight even on pay-per-view? I don't even think the first Fury. What? Surely it was. Surely it was on pay-per-view.
No, that was not. I don't think that was a pay-per-view fight. I could be wrong, but I don't recall. I don't think so.
No, yeah. It was only one pay-per-view fight between them, and that was the second fight. Yeah. So Deontay Wilder is in no way a pay-per-view attraction. Don ZB, I think you know that. What happened? Showtime. They showed the Breezel. They showed Wilder versus Breezel. Deontay Wilder reputedly got anywhere from 10 million up to the highest estimates of 18 million on that one. And seems like Showtime got their fingers burnt because they were talking about loyalty, but when Al Haymon came back to them with the option of taking the second Ortiz fight, which had to be on pay-per-view, Showtime said, no, Al, thank you very much. Thanks for the offer, but we good. OMG. So, no, Don. Deontay Wilder has not proven to be a pay-per-view sensation. Certainly not. As for the black dollar or the black pound, yes, it's very important. But for that to be effective, I mean, you know, African Americans, black people in England, they have to know how to use their money, and they have to stop letting it go out of communities on the first spend. You know what I'm saying? So that power can be harnessed. That power does need to be harnessed in order to build up the infrastructures in the places where black people live, enhance the communities, spending more money within their shopping areas rather than going out further into town, and therefore meaning their money does not enhance their area because you're not spending in your area. You're not spending within your community. That is problematic. So that certainly that needs to be enhanced. There's no question about that. American made. Okay, let's be polite though. Let's be polite. Let's not get crazy. Let's not get crazy. You know, this I invite, everyone's invited over here. So let's not get crazy and done. Don't get the people crazy. Don't get the dogs barking, but done. I know you like to get the dogs barking. But you know, we don't really need any weeping, wailing, or gnashing of teeth from any party. We can all coexist regardless of what part of the spectrum you occupy. That's one of the beauties of the Raphael Dawkins Combat Radio. Everybody can come together and say their piece, say the way they feel without fear of chagrin. Now it shows people are just giving the LDBC money for made up news. Well, no, I mean, America does have a tipping culture. You know, they do have a tipping culture. They go into a cafe or whatever. The waitress doesn't get paid much, if at all. So there is a tipping culture over there in America. So and that is reflected over there with the LDBC channels. I cannot lie. What are you saying here? It was Wilder that blessed Fury. No, hell to the no. No. What would I'll ask you this question. Who would Wilder have been fighting? If Fury didn't push himself forward? And let's not get this twisted either. OMG. It's none other than Dazn ZB. Dazn ZB, come with it.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. Hey, Rafi, stop lying to the people, man. Wilder Fury 1 did 325,000 pay-per-view buys, man, at $79.99. I know because I bought
Wilder Fury 1 was not pay-per-view, was it?
It was. I bought it. You can't sit down there in the UK, man, and tell me what I bought. Wilder Fury 1 and 2 were pay-per-views. Wilder Ortiz 1 was free on Showtime. Wilder Ortiz 2 was on pay-per-view.
Okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense. I forgot. Y'all must have forgot. I must have forgot. Let me get my keyboard out and do a bit of quick research. I would have made videos on that shiznix back in the day, but you know, I make so much videos I can't remember. So let me go ahead and do the research on this. Wilder Fury 1. Gross. Wilder Fury 1 gross. Let's go have a look. How much money did Fury, Deontay Wilder, Skip Bayless defends Deontay Wilder? Okay. Deontay Wilder, Tyson Fury. Okay. Boom. I'll share this with you on the screen. What is this? ESPN. Okay. Let me get this up. Let me line this up. Boom. Boom. Why are we talking about Wilder anyway? We're just talking about Canelo. Dazn ZB, how did you manage to steer the conversation
because as usual, when it comes to fighters you prefer, you lie to make them look better. And when it comes to Wilder, you lie to your teeth to make him look worse. And I couldn't take it anymore, man.
Lie. What lie did I tell?
You just lied that his first fight with Fury was not on pay-per-view.
That was a question. That wasn't a lie. That was a question I asked you.
Yeah,
I
but you said it to your audience, though, and you know how stupid they are. They just follow whatever
You see, you
you
insult
say.
people and
Like,
then you
Fox
wonder why
News.
you insult people and you wonder why they insult you. You called me a liar when I
Like,
asked the question, and then you call the
like
people
Fox
stupid,
News,
and you
man,
call the
propaganda.
and then you call the people stupid. I try to keep it harmonious, but then you're gonna
I
call
was
people
just chatting with them, Rafi.
what
I swear to God, like
what?
I had no choice but to say some of them are stupid. Like they say stupid shit. Like I say facts. Occasionally I troll, but I make it known when I'm trolling. But these people, like they honestly believe what they're saying. You know, like
Don't me. It don't work that way. You can't insult people and not expect them to insult you back. You call them stupid. What do you think's gonna happen now? They're gonna come at
they
you,
can
bro.
insult me, bruh. It's okay.
Okay. Deontay Wilder versus Tyson Fury fight generates 325,000 pay-per-views. Okay, that's poor. That is poor. That is poor. That's terrible.
That is better than the so-called 500,000 pay-per-views Vladimir Klitschko versus Tyson Fury did. Even though I know they probably didn't do that, but let me just give you all that. That's still more money than 500,000 pay-per-views in Europe. Period.
Yo, Don ZB, let's just acknowledge some simple facts. 325,000 for a world title heavyweight clash that was supposed to be a prestigious affair. Okay, people made money. People still managed to make some money out of that, but it was poor, man. But let me just get into this article because it's a long time since I've revisited. It's a long time since I've visited this topic. Okay, so let me get it up one little bit. This thing is going longer than I had anticipated. I thought I'd be out of here after 1.5 hours, but it's okay. Feed the people. We're here to feed the people. And talking about feeding the people, okay, smash that like button, folks. Hit that subscribe button. And what other buttons? Yeah, whatever good buttons. Okay, so the fight between heavyweight world titleist Deontay Wilder and lineal champ. Okay, whatever. Tyson Fury.
Hey, pause, Rafi, pause.
No, I'm not pausing for a damn
something.
thing. What the hell am I pausing for? I'm trying to get through the article. What am I supposed to be pausing
to point
for?
out something you just said.
What do you say?
Have you noticed how when Wilder was the WBC champ, every article always referred to him as a titleist? But now, all of a sudden, they call him Tyson Fury WBC King, WBC Kingpin, WBC champion. But when it was Wilder, it was WBC titleist.
I seem to recall WBC champion. But anyway, as I was saying, the fight generated approximately 325,000 pay-per-view buys. Multiple industry sources have told ESPN. So ESPN, are ESPN connected to Fox and Showtime or totally different? Totally different. Okay, I answered my own question. No problem. Right. Wilder and Fury fought to a draw on the Showtime PPV event. What's the pertinent point? Showtime declined to comment on pay-per-view figures, but the total is considered a success given that neither fighter had ever appeared on pay-per-view previously. And Fury was largely unknown to the American public because he had very little television exposure. Okay, so based on 325,000 buys, the pay-per-view grossed around $24 million, though about half of that money goes to the cable and satellite providers. Okay, so Don ZB, I want you to listen very carefully to this. The fight grossed around $24 million. Half of that money goes to the cable and satellite providers. So that means, my friend, I hope you're sitting down, Don ZB. I hope you're sitting down. That means that the fight, after giving the pay-per-view people, the cable people their money, that fight grossed around $12 million. $12 million, Don ZB. And this is the man that you're telling us would have saved the zone. And his first fight with Wilder grossed $12 million after the pay-per-view providers had taken their cut. That's very poor, my friend. That's very poor. That's very poor. That's very... The WBC, whose title Wilder holds, already has announced that it would sanction a rematch if the camps elect to make a deal. Yeah, that's very poor. That's very poor. That's very poor. But what can I say? I don't know why. I don't know why you let me go into here to expose how poor this thing was. What a big disappointment. I'd almost forgotten how poor this thing was. And even in the rematch, yeah, both Tyson and both Fury and Wilder made some good money, big money, long money in the rematch. Yes, they did. But even then, that was just a break-even situation. Some people say, it didn't break even. Let's give them the benefit and say broke even. Even made $1 million or $2 million on top, a cherry on top. But even the margins were very thin because they had to pay both guys so much money. But no, Dazn, there's no way, shape, or form that you could say that Deontay Wilder is any kind of pay-per-view hit. Absolutely not. Where the hell does Dazn gone? Dazn disappeared. I was in a different window. I didn't even know that he'd gone. The Fight Doctor, what are your observations?
So I would be inclined to agree that Deontay Wilder is not a major pay-per-view attraction. I mean, I think that's just, an honest assessment. I mean, so is he like a draw? Sure. Does he, do people watch him on Showtime or Fox or whatever, non-pay-per-view outlet he might be on? Yeah, no question. But, he's not Floyd Mayweather where his pay-per-view draw power is concerned,
Nowhere near. Nowhere near.
Yeah.
Done.
So I mean, but he is much, must-see TV. So, when he's fighting on Showtime or Fox or what have you, then we're going to tune in and we're going to watch. But and I think part of the problem is that, in order to become a huge pay-per-view draw, you need that one dance partner. And, Deontay Wilder just doesn't have a American heavyweight rival. Or at least not one who's also a draw.
Yeah.
His heavyweight rivals are both from the UK.
Yes.
So it just sort of leaves him basically here by himself, without a dance partner. Yeah,
and got no dance partners. American dance partners, Ortiz. Why is Ortiz not a good dance partner? Well, he fought him twice, or maybe he's a good dance partner. I don't know.
Yeah, he is a good dance partner in the ring, but he doesn't speak English. He can't really sell a fight. So that's actually what Fight Doctor means by a good dance partner. I mean, Big Baby Miller, if he wasn't on drugs and if he was on PBC, then that might have been a good dance partner, but yeah.
The Fight Doctor, you hadn't finished.
Yeah, no, I agree that, Luis Ortiz is a good dance partner, but not a good dance partner in the sense that he's a draw also, or that a fight between Deontay Wilder and Luis Ortiz.
When was the last time Deontay Wilder won a round?
Well, the last time he won a round, maybe the first round in the Tyson Fury rematch. He might have won that. Maybe he won that round, but Before then, it was the last round of the Ortiz rematch. You won that one too. You know.
Yeah. He
What
did-
kind of a question is that,
I didn't see him when it done
Rafi,
ZB.
what kind of question is that,
When will you realize you can't talk over me, bro? My mic is much stronger than yours, bro. So, so Don ZB, as I was saying, when was the last time Deontay Wilder won a round in the boxing ring?
You see, that question would make sense if he lost like his last 10 fights. But since he's only lost one fight, the right question should be when was the last time he won a fight? But you're obviously hating, and you're trying to find whatever holes you can find. So now you're asking when was the last time he lost a round? Well, it was in his. When was the last time
he won a round?
Well, it was in his last fight. He definitely won one of the first 2 rounds before that big right hand landed. You can't say Fury was dominated. He wasn't. The fight was pretty much even until that punch landed.
Yeah, no, wait. Don, I love you, brother, but I have to step in and disagree vehemently. No, that was what you call an old-fashioned ass whooping. That fight wasn't competitive. And so I don't know what fight you were watching.
Hold on. You didn't hear. You did not hear what I said. I said the fight was pretty much even until Fury landed that right hand, which came sometime in round 3. So the first 2 rounds were kind of close, or it would have been 1-1 or something. Fury was not dominating. He did not dominate the first round. He did not dominate the second round.
Fury took it to Wilder. Fury, you know, over here, Don ZB, we have an expression. We have a term. It's called "stick it on him." Now, Fury stuck it on him from the very first bell of the very first round.
Yeah, no. I'm sorry, but no. Now, Don is correct in his assessment that the first 2 rounds were close, and I agree.
Close? Are you sure?
Listen, all right, look. If you win a race by a millimeter or a mile, you still win, right? However, there's a difference between winning a race by a millimeter and winning a race by a mile. If you win a race by a millimeter, then you won a race in a competitive race. But if you win a race by a mile, there was no competition, right? Now, for the first 2 rounds, if you want to give the first 2 rounds to Tyson Fury, no argument from me. But if you want to say that those were not close rounds, then I would disagree because they were close rounds. Okay? So, yeah. If you want to say that Tyson Fury won every round of the fight, I wouldn't disagree there. All right?
Tyson Fury, to my eyes, won every round in that fight from the first round.
And I think that there's merit to be there. I think there's a merit in that argument. However, if you wish to say that the first 2 rounds were not competitive, well, I would disagree. First 2 rounds were competitive, you know, and I think, and listen, you go back and you look at some of what Tyson Fury had to say post-fight, that apparently Deontay Wilder landed a right hand that, in Tyson Fury's words, almost knocked him out. So
who said that? Who said
that? Tyson Fury.
Tyson Fury said that?
Indeed he did.
Where? When? Where? I've never heard
this was in some of his post-fight commentary. I don't exactly recall when and where, and I'll go find it if you want, but I do recall reading as such.
Well, if you can find it, then post it up in the backstage thing. You know where I'm talking about.
I got you. All right, and that's what I would do.
Okay.
But there's no question in my mind that the first 2 rounds were close. They were.
They're close, but who did you give them to?
I might have gave the first round to Wilder. I probably gave the second round and every round thereafter to Fury.
Okay. Wilder won the first round. I'm going to give you a chance to take that statement back, if you so wish.
Well, I would have to go back and watch the fight. I mean, I'm not telling you definitively that because I haven't seen the fight in, it's been several months.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
you know, just from off the top of my head, what I recall, you know, now I might go back and watch the fight and decide that, you know, Fury won the first round and Wilder won the second round. I don't recall.
Mm-hmm.
But I do recall that the first 2 rounds were close.
Okay, they're
They
close.
weren't whitewashed.
But let me put it to you this way. Don ZB, I'm coming to you in a second. Let me put it to you this way. Would it surprise you if what would hold on, let's just damn, I got a computer. I'm sitting in front of a computer. Let's use the computer. Let's say scoring for, I think box record fairly fair. So not box record. Who was I thinking of? Boxing scene. Let me go boxing scene. Boxing. I'm going to share this scene. Wilder, Fury 2 scorecard. Let's have a look what we come up with here. Boom. Hold on. Let me share this. I got too many damn windows open. I hope the damn thing don't crash. We're coming close to the end of the show anyway. So, you know, the Rafi is very philosophical about these things, but let's hope it don't crash. Yeah. Rematch scorecards. Okay. Let's centralize this shiznix. Okay, so this is purely random. I don't know what it's getting. Is it sharing? 1 second. Yeah, let me take that down. This is purely random. I didn't know we were going to do this, and I don't know what this thing is going to say. So you're going to find. Let me take that down. So you're going to find out what this says at the same time as I. So let's take a look at this shiznix. Okay, Deontay Wilder versus Tyson Fury rematch. Let me see. Did Deontay want? OMG. Let me look at this closely. Make sure I'm not eyes on, not deceiving me. Can you see what I can see? Is there a round? Who just dropped off? Oh, Don ZB, come right back, please. Come right. Fight Doctor, you seeing what I'm seeing?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Fight Doctor, just to confirm, do you see around here, according to Boxing Scene's scorecard, which indicates that Deontay Wilder won a single round?
Okay, so yeah, I think that's a fair scorecard.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think that's a fair scorecard. Now, but that wasn't the question. The question was, you know, did Tyson Fury dominate the first 2 rounds? I think that was the question.
No, that wasn't the question either. The question was, when was the last time Deontay Wilder won a round in a fight?
He won the last round of the Ortiz fight, of the Ortiz rematch.
That was the Ortiz rematch. Don ZB.
Yo, Raf, this is like when I was watching Dylan White versus Alexander Povetkin. I was watching the entire commentators. I was watching you. Y'all were acting like Dylan White was dominating that fight.
He was.
He might have been winning, but he was not dominating. That fight was always a dangerous way in that fight. Round one.
I accept that.
Hold on. Round one, I gave round 1 to Povetkin. I gave round 2 to Dylan White. I gave round 3 to Dylan White, but let me tell you, even after the end of round 3, Povetkin was still dangerous and was still in that fight.
Yeah, who said he wasn't? 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 Who said he wasn't?
Hold on. We're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that. Round 4 was where Dylan White kind of opened up the gap.
Yeah.
But I could still tell Povetkin was still in that fight. But throughout the entire fight, the commentators kept saying, Povetkin looks old, he's sloppy, Dylan White is doing whatever he wants. But that wasn't what I was seeing. I was seeing 2 guys fighting, and one was winning by a close margin.
James Jamison says the stream's been lagging tonight. Yeah, very likely, because I got so many windows open up. You know, You know, I'll come back to you in a second, Don ZB. You know, when the Rafi does things, you know, when the Rafi's cooking, you know, I need a lot of ingredients. I need a lot of herbs, a lot of spices, a lot of raw ingredients. So, you know, you see how many places I go to. You see how many receipts. You see how many receipts the Rafi pulls up. The Rafi's always pulling up receipts. Constantly. Probably more than any other podcast you can name me. Who pulls up more receipts than the Rafi? Look, and we got one right here. Independent, unpremeditated. Don ZB brought something up, so I said rather than speak from the head top, why don't we go to a source that we can all agree is relatively reasonable and impartial in their marking. And so we went to Boxing Scene. And let me recite for people who are maybe driving, they can't look at the screen. Let me recite what I've seen. Remember, the original question was, what was this here? First 2 rounds were close for me too. I gave the second to Wilder. Yeah, no problem at all. But you will acknowledge that the first round, but according to Boxing Scene, was 10-9 to Fury. Second round, 10-9 to Fury. Third round, 10-8 to Fury. That's when he dropped Wilder. Fourth round, 10-9 to Fury. Fifth round, 9-8. 9-8. Why 9-8? What happened there? What happened in that round? Why was it not a 10 for Fury? Did he get a warning? Or he got a point deduction? Point deduction in round 5, and he still won the round. Round 6, 10-9. And of course, round 7 is when Mark Breland saved Deontay Wilder's life. Just joking, Don ZB. Just joking. Okay, so it's not unreasonable. It's not unreasonable to have a scorecard like mine, which matches the scorecard of Boxing Scene, where I didn't see Deontay Wilder win a single round. And Don ZB, I'm coming back to you. Yeah, so I ask you again, Don ZB, when was the last time Deontay Wilder won a round in a fight?
His last fight in February.
OMG.
So wait. Yeah. Here's how we can answer that question. So let's, if you go to BoxRec, BoxRec should have the official scorecards.
The official scorecards. Okay, yes. So let's do that. We're pulling up more receipts, ladies and gentlemen. I really should close down a few of these windows. Hold on a second. Let me close some windows. Let me close that one. What's this one here? Okay, let me close that one too. What's that one? Let me close that one too. And let me close this one too. Okay, we just closed about 6 windows. Hopefully, if there's been any lagging issues, hopefully they should be greatly reduced. Where is BoxRec? Hold on. I got it up here somewhere. Oh yeah, there it is. Why is it all the way over there? Let's bring it a bit more central. Okay, so BoxRec. Let me type in. Where's Deontay Wilder? Oh, Tyson Fury's there. That'll do. Let's go Tyson Fury. Boom. No, Tyson Fury, not Mike Tyson. Where's Tyson? Hold on. No. Damn it. Tyson. Hey, Don ZB. So you have to understand, and you have to recognize, and you have to realize that you're talking about this Deontay Wilder's this kind of dominant guy. And oh yeah, I understand now. I realize why I asked that question. I remember now why I asked that question. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me. Uno momento. Boom. Hope I've got that right. Go on. How long is it going to take me to get into this damn thing? Where are we? Yeah. Yeah. Let's go. Okay. Boom. So we're in. You got Tyson Fury. Hold on a second. Let me share my screen. Don't want to bring that down because that's a very good graphic, but nonetheless, we can go back to that. Box rank. Boom. Let's close this window. Okay. Am I sharing yet? Yes. 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 Okay. So Deontay Wilder. Where's this? Where's the bout? Where am I going to find the scorecard? Where's the scorecard? Where's the scorecard? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yeah. Usually, if you look in the description of the fight, like right in the bottom, they give the judges scorecards. In fact, yeah, I tell you, I'm going to pull up. I'm going to pull up box rec on my computer. Hold on a second.
Scorecard. Event bout. There's the scorecard.
All right, so here, give me a second.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I don't see it. Okay, I'll let you.
Okay, so I have the scores right here. So Kenny Bayless was the referee.
Yeah.
Glenn Feldman scored the fight 58-53. Dave Moretti scored the fight 59-52. And Steve Weisfeld scored the fight 59-52. So looks like Glenn Feldman gave one round to Deontay Wilder.
One round to Deontay Wilder.
But to answer your question, it looks like Wilder did not win any of the rounds, either unanimously or majority. His scoring.
Okay. So according to the judges of the fight, Deontay Wilder did not win a round.
Correct. So Glenn Feldman gave Deontay Wilder the second round.
He's the only judge who gave him a round.
Correct.
Damn. So that's further indication that the judges were in line with this scorecard in front of us right now.
Right. So
yeah,
Wilder won all of the. Fury won all of the rounds, except for the second round on Glenn Feldman's scorecard. Glenn Feldman gave Deontay Wilder the second round. So to answer your question, the last time Wilder won a round is he won the second round in his last fight on Glenn Feldman's scorecard.
But he didn't win that round though, because to win the round, you would have
you have to win it on two of the three judges' scorecards. You're right.
Two of the three judges' scorecards. So whenever it was that Deontay Wilder actually won a round, it was not in the Tyson Fury fight according to the majority of witnesses. So it would appear.
Correct.
Yes. And I need to get back to the root. Yeah, thanks for the heads up. Thanks for the heads up, James. You told me it's next to Kenny Bayless. I'll have a look. I'll have a look later. We just got the confirmation. Sometimes when you're doing a live, you can't see the wood. You can't see the wood for the trees. You can't see what's right in front of you. Almuti got whooped anyway. Rafi, you was on it. Yes, I'm sure I was on it. But like I say, sometimes when you're doing a live, you can't see the wood for the trees when you're trying to work some things out. Who is Glenn Feldman? Well, I'm reliably informed that that's Marty Feldman's second cousin. Okay. You know, Marty Feldman, the comedian. You know, Marty Feldman, the comedian, used to act in some shows with Richard Pryor. I'm sure you know he is Fight Doctor.
I'm well aware. Well aware.
Stir Crazy. I'm sure that's one of your favorite films, The Fight Doctor.
And yeah, listen, his genius it goes beyond description. You know,
Indeed.
Richard Pryor is the genius.
Absolutely more. No question, no shadow of a doubt. And I'm sure the judges would agree with you there. But I'm trying to retract my steps to understand where the hell is Don ZB? Don ZB, you can't come and stir up trouble and then run away. You do this every time. So Don ZB, this one's for you. This bud's for you. So I was trying to think about how I got to this question of when was the last time Deontay Wilder won a round in a fight, in a sanctioned bout. And I can't remember the origins, but it was something that you said, Don ZB. It was something that you said that triggered that thought. I'm not going to remember it now. It's not immediately obvious.
So I think we were trying to dispel the myth that Tyson Fury dominated the first 2 rounds of the fight, when clearly that's not the case.
Oh, okay. That's clearly not the case. Don ZB, where have you run to? You have the link. I'm going to put the link back in the chat. You made me go longer than I had intended to go. Well, it's okay. It's entertainment for the people. But yeah, so Don ZB, I don't know where you've run to, but the link is there, right in the chat. It's staring you right in the face. And it's been a while, bro. It's been a while, Don. It's been a while since Deontay Wilder has won a round in a sanctioned bout. You're talking about...
Okay, so now wait. Now that's not fair.
Okay.
Glenn Feldman gave him the second round.
He didn't win the round.
Glenn Feldman thought he won the round.
Yeah. He didn't win the round.
So I think so. So we have to be fair.
Yeah.
So
I mean, if he wins a round, I'll say he won a round, but he didn't win a round.
Well, he did win a round. He went around on one of the judges' scorecards. So yes, he did win a round.
Did he win that round?
On Glenn Feldman's scorecard, yes.
No. I'm asking you point blank period. Did he win the round?
I mean, I would have to go back and watch the round and then judge it for myself.
No. The mere fact that only one judge adjudged him to have won that round. Only one judge, by definition, means that he did not win the round because only one judge adjudged him to have won. In order for him to have won the round, more than one judge would have had to have adjudged him to have won the round.
No. Okay, so wait, hold on. Now, look. Do you recall the Floyd Mayweather Canelo Alvarez fight?
Mm-hmm.
Now, as I recall, that fight was judged a majority decision because one of the judges scored the fight a draw. Right?
Right.
Now, I saw the fight. I think you saw the fight.
Yeah.
And the fight that I saw was nowhere near a draw.
Mm-mm.
So just because a judge scores a fight or scores a round one way or the other, well, that doesn't mean that judge. It doesn't necessarily mean that the judge is actually looking at reality because apparently the judge who scored that fight between Mayweather and Canelo, a draw, wasn't looking at the fight that the rest of us were watching. So I said that to say this. When a judge scores a round, he is giving his opinion. Sometimes we agree with it. Sometimes we don't. Now, I would need to go back and watch the first 2 rounds to see if I agree that Tyson Fury indeed won those 2 rounds. Because I'm going to trust my own 2 eyes over what, judges have to say, especially Vegas judges, given the history, given the history of the sport of boxing.
Well, the question is, when was the last time he won a round? And for that, we have to at least pay some kind of heed to the judges. And according to the judges, let me put it this way then. According to the judges, the last time Deontay Wilder, according to the judges, the last time Deontay won a round was in the Luis Ortiz fight, according to the judges.
Right. Okay. So I would agree with that. The last time that Wilder won a round, you know, from the majority of the judges would be the Luis Ortiz fight. So there we agree officially.
We agree. Yeah. We agree on that. We agree on that. And yes, indeed, Gene Wilder, Young Frankenstein, and Stir Crazy with a Richard Pryor. Yes. And so this is really me talking to Don Zeeby, really, but he's not here. Don Zeeby ran away. Don Zeeby ran away. I don't know why why you running away from the Rafi, Don? Why you running away from the Rafi again? Damn it. Anyway, so then we have to go back. I think we're talking about star power. I'm addressing Don Zeby's talk about Deontay Wilder's star power, etc. And so we're just taking a little look at it. We're just taking a little look at the star power. And then if Don were here, I would say to Don Zeby, how many rounds did Deontay Wilder win against Luis Ortiz? Because we know that's a fight where he was losing damn near every damn round because he wasn't even throwing nothing. We were all kind of scratching our heads saying, what the hell of a tactic is this? I actually complimented Deontay Wilder, believe it or not. I think I was wrong to do so now in hindsight, because at the time I thought, damn, he's just in sniper mode, and he's slipping as much shots as he can, taking some, but he's just so intent on getting that perfect shot. A part of me was almost impressed. I know some people are going to be thinking, Raf, you make it up. Well, go back and listen to the damn fight commentary on that fight. It's in the archives. Yeah, just type in what you need to type in my channel and put my name at the end of it. Put the name of the channel at the end. Well, type in what you need to type in YouTube, and then put the Raphael Dawkins Combat Radio at the end of it, and that fight will and the fight commentary will come up. And then listen to it for yourself and tell me if I'm saying anything incorrectly. But I do recall during that fight, I think I was wrong to be impressed, but I was mildly impressed that Deontay Wilder wasn't even throwing nothing, just kind of in sniper mode. But so that was all well and good. And I'll tell you why I was wrong to be slightly impressed. I was wrong to the Tyson Fury fight showed you why I was wrong to be slightly impressed, because he tried to do the same shizzle. He thought he could do the same shizzle with Tyson Fury, perhaps, and he was so very, very wrong, because Tyson Fury put that proper pressure on him. Luis Ortiz was putting some kind of slow pressure on him. Tyson Fury just stuck it on him, as we say in the UK. Just stuck it on him, walked across the ring, no tentativeness, walked across the ring and stuck it on him, slipped and moved, and just stuck it on him for 7 rounds. You got the graphic in front of you. Stuck it on Deontay Wilder for 7 consecutive rounds. And so, really, I'm talking to Don Zeeby here. So the question then becomes, well, how many rounds did he win against Ortiz? And you can see the problem. So now we're talking about the bigger problem. You can see the problem. Deontay Wilder didn't win a round against Tyson Fury, according to the official scorecards. And how many did he win against Luis Ortiz? I don't even know.
So it really doesn't matter how many rounds.
You can see the problem, though.
Well, okay, so look, that's never. Listen, no one will ever confuse Deontay Wilder for Pernell Sweet Pea Whitaker.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that he's ever,
going to attain those heights.
Right. I don't think he's ever, tried to, come across as being the reincarnation of Pernell Whitaker, right? That's never been his deal. So, you have some guys in the sport who are Rocky Marciano and not Sugar Ray Leonard, okay? And Rocky Marciano is another guy who would never be confused for, a boxer like a Ray Leonard or a Pernell Whitaker, okay?
Yeah.
So, Deontay Wilder, he is who he is, right? And, he just came across a guy who is a stylistic nightmare for him. Now, you know, is Deontay Wilder still a top heavyweight? Sure. I think he's already proven that by having knocked out a guy twice that the rest of the division has blatantly ducked. And let's be honest, everyone in the division is ducking. All right? There are lots of guys who...
How is Anthony Joshua ducking when he made him a $6 million, almost he tried to make him the $6 million man?
Well, listen, if Anthony Joshua honestly wanted to fight Luis Ortiz, that fight would happen. Okay? Anthony Joshua is arguably the biggest draw in the heavyweight division, right? And which means he gets to fight who he wants to fight.
He made him a $6 million offer and Ortiz declined. What more can be said?
Well, listen, I mean, Eddie Hearn playing with the funding Dazn money. So my question there is the devil is in the details, right? So what were the details?
The details were take this money and in 6 weeks' time, come and fight me.
Because there's always some extra going on with Eddie Hearn in rematch room, right? There's always some extra. So
we can go to Ortiz's people's explanation, and they came out and said we've been lowballed. Then Eddie Hearn said, well, okay, fair enough. We're going to expose you. Once we've sorted out the opponent, we're going to expose you. Ortiz's people came back 2 days later, groveling on a major live boxing show, groveling, saying, no, we're sorry. We're sorry. It was a mistake. Our such and such, he didn't give us the right information. We're sorry, Eddie. We're sorry. Don't tell us.
So I tell you what, I'm going to give you the Joshua fight. Okay, so maybe let's just say, for argument's sake, that for whatever reason, Team Ortiz didn't want to fight Joshua. Mm-hmm. That still doesn't explain why all the other heavyweights in the division are ducking.
Well, do we know that they're ducking? It's a perception. How is that perception real? Don Zeeby's back.
So here's how we know that perception is real. Here's how we know. Now, my question to you is, do you consider Luis Ortiz a credible heavyweight?
Yes, I do.
Do you consider Luis Ortiz to be a stiff challenge?
I can answer it this way. I don't think he's as stiff as a challenge as Povetkin, but yes, he is a challenge of yes. He's a challenge. He's credible. He's a credible heavyweight, and he's a challenge. Yes.
So then, why aren't the other top guys calling his name?
Well, listen. All I can say is we know for sure that Anthony Joshua made him enough. We know that for sure.
What about Dillian White?
We know for sure. Oh, you see, you're just playing into my hands again. We know for sure that Dillian White has said that we have made Ortiz multiple offers. I have not seen the paper. When? I have not seen. When? What? Do you want me to draw up an article? Do you want me to type it in and draw it up and pull up an article?
No, just show us facts, man. Don't show me an article that is quoting Dillian White.
Show facts. Just show
you
facts.
Deontay Wilder said Anthony Joshua ducked him. You want me to show you an article?
Listen, I think there's no question that Anthony Joshua ducked Luis Ortiz. I think that goes without saying.
That's
to be completely honest.
He said, well, I mean, 6 million. All I can say in response to that is that Anthony Joshua gave Luis Ortiz 6 million reasons not to duck, and Ortiz ducked anyway. Now, if you can tell me how many reasons Ortiz gave Anthony Joshua to duck him, then fine. But I can tell you that Anthony Joshua gave Luis Ortiz 6 million reasons not to duck, and Ortiz still ducked.
Okay, so then I guess I can answer that question best by saying this. Now, Anthony Joshua is the guy who lost to Andy Ruiz, a guy who he shouldn't even been in the ring with in the first place, right?
No. Ruiz is a challenge for any
No,
Wait,
no,
stop. All right,
Rossi.
so let
Nobody
me ask
talked
you.
about Luis. Nobody
So then
talked about him
so,
until that fight.
so then let me ask you this question then, right?
Yeah.
Let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
Well, who is the more credible opponent in your opinion?
Yeah.
Luis Ortiz or Andy Ruiz?
Andy Ruiz knocks Luis Ortiz out cold.
The fight doctor, man. Why you taking Rafi serious, bro?
No, I'm finding it difficult to take him seriously right now because,
Like,
nobody thinks that. At least nobody on this side of the pond thinks that, okay?
Hold on. You're telling me that you think Luis Ortiz beats Andy Ruiz?
What I'm telling you is that I find that Luis Ortiz is a more credible opponent then and now than Andy Ruiz, especially the Andy Ruiz before the first Joshua fight.
Fact.
Nobody
knew him. Nobody knew him.
Thank you.
Nobody knew him. Nobody knew him. Maybe not in America.
But hold on a second. Andy Ruiz was best known for having lost to Joseph Parker.
We saw him fight Joseph Parker in a very, very close fight. He was a pick 'em. Who do you fancy? Who do you want?
But listen, Andy Ruiz was known for losing to Joseph Parker, right?
Okay.
Those were his credentials going into the first Joshua fight. Let me call the question.
If Andy Ruiz versus Joseph Parker took place in America, Andy Ruiz would have been the WBO World Heavyweight Champion.
Well, listen, I'm not even going to argue. If that's your argument, fine. I'm not going to argue against it.
Well, hold on. If in a close fight like that, it's going to go to the hometown guy oftentimes.
Okay,
so,
and that very well might be the case. But listen, I'm just going to deal with the facts as they are. Now, you're speculating, and if you wish to speculate, we can do that. But right now, I'm just dealing with the facts as they are. And the facts as they are say that Andy Ruiz lost to Joseph Parker. So my question to you is, who is the more credible opponent? Is it the undefeated Luis Ortiz, or is it the once defeated by Joseph Parker, Andy Ruiz coming into the first Joshua fight? Who is the more credible opponent in your opinion?
The most credible opponent, in my opinion, is the guy who, if he'd have fought Joseph Parker in America, would have been the WBO champion.
Wait, now we're back to speculating, right? And we're not dealing with the facts as they are.
It's fair because, I mean, if we establish, which we already established, that in a close fight, the hometown guy wins.
But wait a minute, wait. No, see, now you're speculating again. No, we agreed
that in a close fight, oftentimes the hometown.
No, you agreed. I said I wouldn't argue against that. Okay, and and that's fine. Okay, however, it's not guaranteed that it's not guaranteed that the hometown guy gets the decision in a close fight. It's not guaranteed. Mm-hmm. Yeah, likely yes. Guaranteed no. Okay?
It's not guaranteed. It's not guaranteed.
But right now we have to go with the judges' decisions because judges decide fights, and we have to live with those decisions, right?
Yes.
And so Ruiz lost to Joseph Parker.
Yes, he did.
Now that's just the way it went down. Okay.
Yes, he did.
Whereas those were Andy Ruiz's best credentials, having come into the Anthony Joshua fight the first time.
So right? what we talking about Andy Ruiz's credentials as if Luis Ortiz has credentials. What are Luis Ortiz? The biggest credentials that Luis Ortiz has is that he lost to Wilder twice.
Lots of guys lost to Wilder.
So that's the biggest. That you're talking about credentials, and I'm saying that's Ortiz's credentials. He lost to Wilder twice. That's his best accolade. The best thing he's done in boxing is to lose to Wilder twice. What kind of accolade is that?
Look, Andy Ruiz coming into the Joshua fight the first time, the best thing he had done was lose to Joseph Parker. So my question to you is this: what loss looks better, losing to Deontay Wilder or losing to Joseph Parker? Which receiving end of a loss would you rather be on? Let me put you that way. Which one do you think looks better?
I'd rather fight Joseph Parker to a close draw than to get knocked out twice by Deontay Wilder, or once at the time.
Yeah, well, from where I'm standing, I think it looks better to have gotten knocked out by at the time, arguably the number one heavyweight in the world, as opposed to lose a decision to basically a heavyweight nobody, which is who Joseph Parker is. Now, let's be real, all right? The man is a heavyweight nobody.
He was a heavyweight nobody. He was a heavyweight nobody. I mean, that's your interpretation of him. I mean, my interpretation of Joseph Parker. I mean, I don't like the way Dazn is so quiet now, but my interpretation of Joseph Parker is a guy who had never been knocked out, either in the amateurs or professionals. He's a young guy, fit. He's a WBO champion, and he's lost to and Andy Ruiz has lost to that guy, as opposed to a man who is reputed to be 50 years of age from Cuba. Make up your own birth certificate. Getting knocked, sparked, getting knocked. Dazn, I know the truth hurts, but hold on, bro. As opposed to a guy who gets knocked out, by Wilder. Although, in fairness to, hold on a second. Let me check to see if this guy is who he says he is.
Okay, stop with this, Luis.
Hold on. James, is this you or is it Dixon Siders? James, is this you or is it Dixon Siders? James, unmute yourself. James, unmute yourself. James, is this you or is it Dixon? Okay. I don't know who that was. Somebody you saying it was James. I don't know if it was James or Dixon Siders. Dazn B, come on in.
I said, stop with this. Luis Ortiz is 50 years old, man. Pull it up.
50.
Pull it up.
50.
Pull an article up that says he's 50.
Pull an article up.
Go to BoxRec. That's your favorite site, right? Go to BoxRec. Let's see Ortiz's age and let's see Povetkin's age.
Yeah. Povetkin, do you seriously believe Luis Ortiz's stated age, Dazn B? Do you seriously believe that?
Why shouldn't I believe it? Give me one good reason why I should not believe it.
You stop ducking the question. I asked you a simple question. Please
yes,
answer the question.
I believe it. Now you give me a reason why I should not believe it.
Dazn B, I don't even think the fight doctor believes that Luis Ortiz is 40.
Forget what the fight doctor thinks. I need you to prove to me Luis Ortiz is older than 41.
Dazn B, you can look anyway. I mean, obviously, I can't prove that, but you know the speculation. You know these Cuban guys. Dazn B, you're an African guy yourself. Dazn B, you're an African guy yourself. People from certain countries are notorious for coming up with fictitious dates of birth.
What?
Okay, so wait.
Yes, and guess what? No. Hold on, fight doctor. Yes, you are right. People that come from third world countries or other countries sometimes want like a fresh start, and they give themselves like a new age, a young age. Guess what? Once you come into this country, with a document, whatever age your document is, whatever age that is on your document, that is going to be your age.
Yes,
forever.
That's what I'm saying about Luis
Nobody
Ortiz.
would be able to dispute that shit.
That's what I'm saying about Luis Ortiz. You're confirming the point. You confirm the point.
Man, this some racist shit, bruv. How you not gonna believe the black guy, but you believe the white guy?
Hold on. Huh? What's race? Am I being racist? Explain it to me.
Why don't you believe Luis Ortiz is 41, but you believe Povetkin is 41, but you believe Luis Ortiz is 50? Is 50? They are both immigrants.
Okay.
They both came from other countries.
Okay.
So why is it only towards Luis?
The black guy. Okay. So allow me to explain. Okay. So people from Russia, they don't have that reputation of changing the date of birth. I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is.
So how do you know people from Cuba do it?
Because they're notorious for it. They're notorious for it. They
All
are
right,
no.
give me a proof. Name one person. Name
They-
one person that got busted.
Well, of course they don't get. But listen, people from India as well. Back in the day, less so now because things are computerized. But back in the day, people from India, they had the same reputation for changing the dates of birth. People from Africa, they have a big reputation, big reputation for changing the dates of birth. People from Cuba have a big reputation for changing the dates of birth. You know that. So how are you going to try and pretend that what you know is not the case? What you admitted to know is not the case. People
And
from
what
Russia,
proofs do you
people,
have, Rafi? What
people,
proofs do you have?
people.
Are you just going off of what people said? Are you just going off of what?
It's
Let
the
me quote. White
reputation.
people said.
It's the
So
reputation.
who
They
gave
have a
them that
reputation.
reputation then?
It's the reputation. People from
Who
Africa.
gave it to them?
People from Africa have a big reputation for changing the dates of
Well,
birth.
Luis Ortiz is not from Africa. He's from the continent of America.
He's a Cuban. They have a big reputation, Don ZB. If
So
you're trying
wait. Okay, all right. So wait. Stop. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Rafi,
Go ahead.
why are you distracting us with Luis Ortiz's age, which that's all it is, a distraction from
Is he a
what
distraction?
the real issue is?
It's pivotal.
No.
It's pivotal.
Why?
It's not a distraction.
How is Luis Ortiz's age
Pivotal.
in any way?
How is it
in any
pivotal?
way,
How is it pivotal? Is that your
what does
question?
it have to do with his accomplishments in the ring and his credibility as a heavyweight?
Exactly.
Okay, so
Exactly.
you've asked me a good question, and now kindly allow me to expand and answer your question. How is it pivotal? Because a 40-year-old, a 31-year-old man is a 31-year-old boxer is different to a 41-year-old boxer, and a 41-year-old boxer is different to a 51-year-old boxer.
But the question remains: what does his age have to do with his credibility as a heavyweight and his accomplishments as a heavyweight now?
Okay, I'll tell you. Because he's a 51-year-old man boxer is different to a 41-year-old boxer. So if we say how is it any factor? Well, it is a factor. If Deontay,
wait. Okay, so now wait.
Hold on. Let me answer the question.
No, wait a minute.
No, you asked the
Hold on a
question.
second.
You asked the question.
Okay, but you have to be fair. All right. Now, earlier,
Well, I am being fair.
No, you have not, because you've accused Luis Ortiz of being a 51-year-old man without having presented any evidence to support your assertion, sir.
Okay. Well, hey.
Now, you were making me over the coals earlier about the scorecards in the Tyson Fury Deontay Wilder rematch, okay? Which was fair. Okay, now you need to take that same logic and apply it to Luis Ortiz's age.
Well, yeah,
now,
I mean,
if you're going to accuse a man having been 51 years old,
very clear. I have made my position very, very clear. And, I made it very clear to Don ZB, and I'm more than happy to make it clear again. Okay.
Well, you can make your position clear. However, you need to support your position with some evidence.
Well, hold on.
If you want,
my position, as I've made very, very clear to our friend here, Don ZB. Hold on a second. Let me find out who this is. James, is this you, James?
Hello.
Oh, I didn't trust that it was you, James. I didn't trust that it was you at all. I thought it was Dixon Siders impersonating you, which he's done before.
Really?
Dixon Siders, yeah, he's impersonated you before. He's pretended he's come up with a name saying James, and I've let him on, and it was Dixon Siders. So I'm going to talk to you in a second, but I need to answer this question. Right. I don't want people to say I ducked the question. I've explained it before. I've explained it to Don ZB. Don ZB acknowledges and accepts that people from Africa, people from certain countries, not just Africa, but certain countries, they are known for coming up with fictitious ages. And I'm afraid that Cubans fall into that category as well.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. That is by no means
that's not proof.
That's not Cubans or whomever. I think everyone from every part of the world does that.
There's a greater productivity. There's a greater productivity on the part of people from certain territories
who do, and we know them, we've met them, people who said, yeah, I'm such and such. I'm such and
Okay,
such.
well, probability does not constitute proof.
It doesn't constitute proof, and no. But how can anybody prove that? How can I go to his village and speak to probably, I don't know, his first wife or wherever, his first daughter or whatever? How can I go to his village and root?
Well, the better question is, how can you accuse the man of being 51 years old?
Well, I didn't come up with it. This is what's out there. This is the folklore. This is the folklore.
Okay, folklore. But again, this whole conversation about Luis Ortiz's age again is a dodge. It is a distraction. It is a big, fat, red herring that has nothing to do with the conversation, with the topic at hand, with what we're really talking about, which is Luis Ortiz a credible opponent, and if he's more credible than a guy like Andy Ruiz. This is a distraction.
That's credible than Andy Ruiz, and I've explained why. Listen, let me just say for the record that I do not have proof. I do not have proof that Luis Ortiz is 51 as opposed to 41, 10 years older than his stated age. I do not have,
but so the question.
However, there is much hardcore speculation. I'm coming to you in a second, James. Much speculation that the man is 10 years older than his stated age. And I don't know why anybody would have a problem in accepting that as a possibility. Don ZB, are you in? I think you're in. But James, we have to go to James next.
All right.
James, we have to go to James next, though. James, I know you've come in for a reason. State your business, please.
State my business. I think Ortiz, mate, is not 51. I think he's 50. I think you're an extra year onto it. Have you seen the guy? Klitschko was 42 when he fought Joshua.
Man, like yours sounds like
about.
Can you let him talk? Can you let him talk? Can you let him talk?
Trying to talk facts and you let your troll buddy jump in.
Can you
my buddy?
I let my buddy
we ain't
jump
got
in.
time for that, man. Tell him fight, doctor.
So this whole conversation about Luis Ortiz.
Any troll come in here, I'ma interrupt that shit.
Mind your language. Mind your language. But no, carry on. This is not troll. It's somebody expressing his point of view. James,
same as me. And I think Ortiz, just the way I've seen him in pictures.
Yeah,
you got 40-year-olds. He's supposed meant to be 41.
Just by hearing your voice, James, you sound like you're 60.
I sound like I'm 60. I sound like 59. I don't know what.
Just by hearing your voice, you sound 60.
let James speak without interruption, just like you can speak without interruption. Just because you don't, Don ZB, just because you don't like what somebody's saying, it don't mean you have to interrupt them. Now, nobody.
I want us to talk facts, though.
Nobody has said. No, Don ZB, please. Don ZB, please contain yourself.
So Don ZB, these were the same people there's different kind of people, the same kind of thing as saying Ortiz is 51. It's the same thing as saying Fury cheated. It's the same kind of thing. Always big accusations, a bit of laugh. But Ortiz, look, it's the same kind of thing, really, isn't it? You got that kind of. It's in the grapevine.
Yeah, it's in the grapevine. It's not. I'm not saying it's stated as a fact, but I am saying that is a very strong perception. Could so many people be wrong? Yes. So many people could possibly be wrong.
The area he comes from, isn't it? Everything is just.
Well, there you go, the country. But there you go. Nobody's stating it as a fact. I was asked the question: who do I think was the more credible out of Ruiz and Ortiz? And I say that to me, it's Ruiz. I say Ruiz.
Can I jump in?
Okay.
Can I jump in quick? Okay. Who just spoke? James?
Yes.
Okay, James. How about if I tell you I feel you are racist for saying Luis Ortiz is 50 when he told you he's 41, and Povetkin told you he's 41, and you believe Povetkin, but you don't believe
You know
Ortiz.
what I do? You know what I do, Don ZB? I'd go, ha, 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 laugh in your face, mate. That's what I do. Because that's what I'm doing now.
What? Yeah,
So
well, I mean,
you a
yeah, how
troll,
is it
man.
racist? How is it
Because
racist?
you a troll. That's a typical
You're
troll
trolling me.
behavior.
Calling
They
me
say
a racist.
outrageous shit.
That's a joke,
Sorry,
mate,
they
honestly.
say
That's
outrageous
a joke.
things,
You
and
can't
once
say
you give it back,
outrageous things like that, mate. You can't just say outrageous things.
you
Yeah,
ain't got no
Racist.
proof, though.
How can you
do
call
not
somebody
have a
racist
proof.
like that on something like that? But okay. So I think, listen, it's very clear that the fight doctor believes that Ortiz is his stated age. It's very clear that Don ZB thinks Ortiz is stated age, and it's very clear that I think he's 50 or 51. It's very clear that James may feel likewise. But the point is that I feel that Andy Ruiz is a younger, fitter, fatter opponent, and if they meet, they
Wait. Did you or did you not just contradict yourself? Fitter and fatter. You can be one or the other, but you can't be both.
No. That's something I put in there deliberately, and it was certainly not a mistake. It's just to show that as fat as Ortiz, I mean Ruiz he's always been overweight. He shouldn't even be in the heavyweight division, arguably. So by definition, anytime he's in the heavyweight division, you have to question, well, hold on, if he was really in shape, what weight would he be? Now, arguably, Ruiz should be in the cruiserweights. So as long as he's in the heavyweights, there's an argument to say, well, he's too heavy, he's overweight. So when I say fat, it's not an accident. It's by design, my friend. It's a deliberate and specific thing. Tone
he is indeed fat, as evidenced by the condition he showed up in his last fight.
Yeah.
So again, he's best known prior to the first Joshua fight. He was best known for losing to Joseph Parker.
Yeah.
So I don't know how that makes him a more credible heavyweight.
I don't see how getting knocked out by Wilder makes you more credible than going 12 rounds with Joseph Parker in a heavyweight fight. Because that's your argument. You're telling me that Ortiz is more credible because he got knocked out by Wilder. And to me, that
I'm telling you that Luis Ortiz is more credible because he didn't lose to the Joseph Parker type heavyweights. Okay, he lost to a guy who was arguably the best heavyweight in the world at the time. He lost to him the first time.
Yeah,
okay?
I mean,
the second time. To be completely honest,
that's a long stretch to say that Wilder was arguably the best one. I mean, he was arguably the best one, but I mean, please, I mean, I don't want to get down the track.
So wait. First, he's arguably the best heavyweight in the world. Then he's not. You have to make up your mind. Which one is it?
I'll make up my mind now. Arguably the best. You could argue it, but I wouldn't argue it because he just didn't. And I don't want to go down the road of saying who he beat because he didn't really. Wilder has never really beat anybody but Ortiz. That's his best win. That's the best win on his record, on his resume. And so I think that Ortiz, who's his second best? Who is Wilder's second best win?
I would argue that his second best win is probably the guy from Haiti. What's his name?
Stavern.
Yeah.
Stavern. And who is Stavern's best win?
Probably Areola.
Okay. So that's what it is. I'm not going to comment on it. I'm not going to, because that's going to take us down another rabbit hole. But let's go to Don ZB.
Okay. Let's not forget that Wilder also beat Chris Areola. Okay. You're just like mentioning just Ortiz. Let's see what Andy Ruiz does with Areola 6 years after Wilder destroyed him with one arm.
Hold on. Are you telling me that you think Areola is going to put up a good fight against Ruiz?
Yes. I'm telling you, he will put up a better fight against Andy Ruiz right now than he did 6 years when he fought Wilder.
That's interesting because us over here, we see that fight as a total waste of time, total duck. I don't even think Areola, if Dillian White had said, I'm going to fight Chris Areola, people would have laughed at him and said, what the hell are you fighting that caliber of guy for? Chris Arreola, to me, that's Daniel Dubois level. Daniel Dubois, it would be fair if Daniel Dubois said I'm fighting Chris Arreola next, then people would say, okay, keep busy, fight. Maybe he's while he's been around, so maybe you'll learn something from him. But that's the level of Arreola. Arreola, to me, is his level is for the young guys coming up to try against him, because he's an old veteran now. He's a wily old veteran. He's been around. He knows a few tricks. So that, to me, is the only type of person or a mid-tier guy fighting Chris Arreola. Fair enough. But I'll be honest with you. Over here in the UK, people contradict me in the chat if you feel I'm not telling it like it is. Over here in the UK, a top level guy, a top 10 guy fighting Chris Arreola, it's not a good look. So I guess there's different perceptions over there in the USA. It's acceptable. Over here, it's not a good look whatsoever. James, do you want to chip in on that?
Yeah, I think Areola's I don't know, a bag of potatoes, really. Like rubbish.
Bag of potatoes. Oh, MG, yeah, Arreola. Yeah, that's a bad look over here.
It is.
It's a bad look over here. I have to be honest. With our American cousins. It's a very, very bad look over here. It's a very, very bad look. So yeah, we have a very different perception. You guys don't rate Andy Ruiz at all. I think that you guys are going to be very surprised. I think you're underrating him. I think you're underrating Andy Ruiz.
Okay, so wait, hold on a second. Wait.
Yeah.
How are we underrating Andy Ruiz? When in fact, Andy Ruiz was the replacement for the replacement going into the first Joshua fight.
Mm.
Now that's not speculation. That's just a fact.
Yeah.
So let's be honest. Andy Ruiz was not on anybody's radar prior to what he pulled off in the first Joshua fight. He wasn't on anybody's radar. And let's go back and look at what were the odds.
Well, no, we don't even need to do that. I
think we do. Because your argument seems to be that we're underrating.
Because I can see.
We do. How is it?
The only way we need to do that is if I was disagreeing with you, but I'm not disagreeing with you. I concede to your argument. I concede to what you just said, as if he was a stand-in, he was a replacement. But my counter is that he's a guy, much like he's a guy who was avoided. No, who wants him? Who wants him? Who needs him? Who wants him?
That's an excellent question. Who needs him?
Who needs him?
Yeah, let's answer that question. Who needs Andy Ruiz?
Yeah, because he can knock you out and he don't look good. And he don't look good. So what are you going to get from that?
Who avoided Andy Ruiz?
Okay,
the only person that I know that ducked him is your boy, Dylan White. Who else ducked him?
You've got a thing for Dillian White. No, Dillian White sent him a $4 million offer, and Ruiz said no, he lied. He didn't send me a $5 million offer. It was a $4 million offer. And so Eddie Hearn got back to him and said, yeah, it was $4 million, but no problem. We can make it $5 million. And Andy Ruiz was having none of it. So he turned down Dillian White for $5 million to fight Chris Arreola. I think that speaks volumes. That speaks hella volumes. But we got way sidetracked. We got way sidetracked with the Ortiz's age. But remember, let's come back to the root of things. Let's come back to the roots of the tree. And the roots are, Don ZB, that you alleged that Dazn would be a bit. As soon as I start talking to Don ZB, he disappears. You allege, Don ZB, I think you can still hear me. You allege that Dazn would have been better off with Tyson Fury, with Deontay Wilder. You alleged that Deontay Wilder was, some kind of gift, was God's gift to PPV. And that's what made me raise the question. I looked at first of all, I looked up the PPV records for the Wilder Fury 1, and it was poor. I mean, you know, 12 million after the pay-per-view providers were paid. 12 million. That was very poor. And so we looked at that, and then I said, well, okay, he's some kind of marvel. If he's some kind of marvel, how many rounds? When was the last time he won a round of boxing? And that was in the Ortiz fight. And then we're not going to go into it too deep, but then I could ask the question, how many rounds did he win against Ortiz? But that's kind of pointless, because the general consensus was that he barely won any rounds against Ortiz. He was just waiting for that kill shot, and he got the kill shot. And so ultimately, deeper level is, see, all of those rounds that he's lost almost consecutively. That's a sign. That's a sign, my friend. And it ain't a good sign. It's a bad sign. And I think that ultimately, okay, I'll drop you the link 1 second, even though we're closing down very shortly. Boom. The link is now once again in the chat. Yeah, there it is. It's there. It's there for you. Yeah. So what I'm saying ultimately is that it doesn't bode well for Deontay Wilder when he's only winning around every now and then. He's only winning around every now and then. You can only keep that.
Wait. Stop.
Carry on.
The man has only lost one fight. And then the fight that he lost, the guy he lost to, he earned a draw in the previous fight. So what are you talking about? I mean, come on, man.
It's a downward trend. It's a downward trend. When you got a guy who can't win rounds, when you got a guy who isn't winning rounds, who didn't win a round in his last fight and only won maybe one round in the previous.
No, listen. If you want to talk about a downward trend, let's talk about a guy who gets knocked out by the replacement for the replacement. Now that's a downward trend. That's not a good look at all.
Let's talk about a guy who got knocked out and he was out for a minute, but claimed that the ref stopped the fight early.
Well, one at a time. Good Lord, one at a time, gentlemen, please. Let's have a sense of decorum. Let me go with Danzibi's. The fight doctor's question first. The fight doctor alleges that it's a downward trend when Anthony Joshua got TKO'd by Ruiz. Well, that was a downward trend. However, he took the downward trend and turned it into a very steep upward trend 6 months later.
Wait. He took the downward trend.
Hold on.
He had to run back home.
Hold on. It was a downward trend, and he turned it into an upward trend. You got the cavalry's coming in for you. We got the Wild Soul. The cavalry's coming in for you guys. Hold on, Wild Soul. Hold on. So he turned that downward trend into a very steep upward trend when he handled Ruiz masterfully in the rematch.
Okay, can we talk about the rematch for a second?
Carry on.
All right. So first and foremost, getting knocked out by not the replacement, but the replacement for the replacement. Yeah. Getting knocked out by the replacement for the replacement in what was that? 6 rounds, 7 rounds?
Mm-hmm.
How many rounds it was? That's not a good look. All right. But it's equally not a good look when you have to turn tail and run back home for the rematch. The rematch should have happened.
Does he live in Saudi Arabia? I thought he was British. I thought Joshua was British. The fight was in Saudi Arabia. How is that?
Yeah, the rematch should have happened. The rematch should have happened at the place of the initial crime.
Why? Okay? Says who?
Well, you came to New York.
Yeah.
Because you were Dazn was about to invade America.
American invasion. The British invasion.
Right. Which got turned back for the 3rd time. Okay, the British invasion got turned back for the 3rd time. Okay.
OMG.
Yeah. So Dazn, Anthony Joshua coming to invade America, coming to show Uncle Al who's the boss and what happens.
Yeah. Hey, shizzle happens sometime. But you know what?
The rematch should have happened in New York City.
Have you heard the expression? 6-time fall, 7-time rise. Have you heard that?
I've heard the expression horizontal heavyweight.
Well, you know something. You can fall like Deontay Wilder kept on falling. You can fall, but it's about how you come back. It's about how you come back. And Anthony Joshua showed you how to come back. Now the question is, can Deontay Wilder do what Anthony Joshua did? I'm gonna have to go to James first, and then I'll get to Wild Soul in a second. But first, James.
You know what a downward trend is? Is having 40 fights and your best wins are Ortiz and Bermain Stavern. That's the downward trend. Your whole career is a downward trend. To then losing your title of 5 years for fighting nobody to somebody that realistically has come back after binging whatever and then fought nobody and then fights you and knocks you clean out, spark out. Your own corner's got to throw in the towel to save you. That's a downward trend. No coming back from that. Absolute joke. Honestly. Anthony Joshua showed a half a champion.
Half a lion.
Half a lion. Coming back, doing what Wilder couldn't. Don't forget, Wilder's had 2 chances now. What could he do in the first fight? You know, obviously he knocked Tyson Fury down. He got straight back up. Yeah, really good heavy hitting hands, isn't he? But in the second fight, got knocked clean out. And look, Anthony Joshua's the champion. Wilder's nothing now. He's just a challenger now, isn't he? Lost his titles, lost everything he had. Probably lose again, and we'll never hear of him ever again. That's the end of Wilder.
Why is I'm going to come to Wild Soul in a second? James? Why is Wild Soul so quiet?
Oh, goodness.
I mean, why is Deontay Wilder so quiet? He's got radio silence. What's going on?
Because Deontay Wilder will come back. He'll have his payday. He knows he's done. Because he knows when he fights Anthony Joshua, all he was using of Anthony Joshua's name is just to hype his own self up. Because he can't sell a ticket. Wilder couldn't sell a ticket in his own damn country. Oh, sorry about him, but his own country. His own country couldn't sell.
What are you talking about, though? Wilder's last fight with Fury did better than AJ versus Vladimir, though.
You had to get Fury. You had to get an Englishman.
Yes, financially.
Exactly.
The fight. Made more money than Anthony Joshua versus Vladimir.
Wait, stop.
You robbed the public with the ticket price. Is this disgraceful?
Wait a minute. Stop. All right, look.
But it's Wild Soul's turn, though. It's Wild Soul's turn. Wild Soul is just coming. Wild Soul's turn. Wild Soul.
Stop begging Wild Soul for help, Rafi. This is like a WWE match, and you there looking for him.
Wild Soul is on your
I'm not here to help Rafi at all, man.
Calm down, Don ZB. Wild Soul is on your.
I gotta set him straight about something. Did you say that Ruiz is a more credible opponent? Is that the argument than Ortiz?
No. I was being asked. Yeah. I think so.
Who's the more credible opponent?
I was being asked who was more credible out of Ruiz and Luis Ortiz, and I said due to the fact that Luis Ortiz is, I believe, a 50-year-old man. I would have to say that the more credible guy is the younger guy who's never been knocked out.
The guy's not 50 years old, man.
How old?
41 years old, man.
How old do you believe Luis Ortiz is? In honesty,
I believe that he's the age he says he is. That could be tracked throughout his amateur career if you really wanted to do a forensic investigation.
Have you tracked it?
I have.
Yes, I have. Let me tell you how.
I'm talking to Wild Soul. I
don't know. I'm confused about where that rumor came from. It's just
Alexander Povetkin fought his age mate at the amateurs. It makes sense. They both 41. They both were in the amateurs the same year.
How does that establish Luis Ortiz's age?
Because that was over 20 years ago, about 20 years ago.
Okay, so why couldn't he have been 10 years older then?
Why could he have been 10 years older? Why are you bringing up things from everywhere. Like, who said that? Okay.
I say the more credible guy is I mean, they're both good fighters.
Okay.
But, it remains to be seen how good Andy Ruiz really is, because I would say that Ortiz is more credible because in the rematch against Joshua, Andy Ruiz didn't show up at all, man. He was overweight. He didn't train. He admitted that. He was drinking and all of that.
Okay, so while Saul is having some technical difficulties, and so we go over to the fight doctor. I think it's the fight doctor's turn.
So yeah, listen. AJ needs to turn tail and run back to familiar surroundings to
Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia. Carry on.
Okay, so that's still in his backyard. Okay.
No, it's not his backyard. Saudi Arabia is not UK's backyard.
Either way it goes, he got knocked out in New York. He should have came back to New York, okay, to set that business right. But that's not what happened.
Why?
Okay, he had to turn tail, run back home, run back to his backyard. Okay,
he's not
run back to comfortable surroundings.
Not his backyard.
Okay? He was supposed. Look, it was supposed to be the American invasion. What happened to that?
Hey! Have you ever heard about battle strategy?
I heard about knocked out strategy, and I hear that Anthony Joshua wrote the first 2 volumes.
Well, with battle strategy, sometimes you have to change plan. You have to change plans.
Well,
and there's no disgrace. There's no disgrace in modifying a plan and making it better.
Well, I guess if your battle strategy includes getting knocked out, separated from your senses, and essentially having everyone write off the rest of your career, if you consider that a battle strategy, then yes.
That's not the battle strategy part. That was the original strategy, and then they had to go to Plan B when the first plan didn't work out. But do you know what happened to Michael Bent after he fought Herbie Hyde in London?
I don't recall.
Okay, I'll tell you because a lot of people didn't even know about this. What happened is that after the fight, when Michael Bent lost to Herbie Hyde in London, however many years ago that was, Michael Bent spent 4 days in a hospital bed in a coma. Do you know why he spent 4 days in a hospital bed in a coma?
He probably had bleeding on the brain, I would imagine.
He went into the fight against doctor's orders with a concussion. He was told by the doctor, you shouldn't be fighting. He told the doctor, I have to fight. The doctor said, okay, I've done a video on it which shows the receipts. So all you have to do is type any disbelievers, type in Herbie Hyde and Michael Bent and write my name at the back of it. So Raphael Dawkins Combat Radio, and the video will come up. In the video, I show the receipts on the screen. So any dumb believer, go ahead and do that. So what I'm saying to you is going into a fight with a concussion, let's give some more evidence. Okay, so Serafina, one of the promotional team for Jarrell Miller, said that we had word. We as a promotional team knew that Joshua was not going to be the Joshua people expected, because we had a fighter in his camp who confirmed to us that Anthony Joshua received a concussion late in training just prior to the fight. The video is there. The receipts are there. So Anthony Joshua went into that. I was listening to another podcast earlier on today, one I don't normally listen to, but I thought I haven't listened to these people for about 6 months. So let me just click on it. And so I listened to it for about half an hour, and one of the guys, the presenters, said he's one of those Joshua had a concussion guys, but he didn't present any argument opposing that. I have presented receipts showing that to be the case in a video. The guy was mocking. He never showed no receipts. I showed receipts. I don't care if people believe it or disbelieve it. but I show receipts where there are multiple people who claim to have prior knowledge that Anthony Joshua was not going to be the expected Anthony Joshua because he was going into the fight with a concussion. So when you talk about the amount of times he got dropped, etc., that is entirely consistent with someone who is fighting with a concussion. And
okay, Rafi, can I say something?
Yeah, just my last sentence.
Okay.
And also, he was very unwise, as many young athletes are, to basically risk his life by stepping in that ring against Andy Ruiz on that night. Over to you, Wild Soul.
Okay, so I mean, that's just basically another excuse as far as I'm concerned. Because did you hear? Yeah, I saw the documentary, and his father was a real mean guy, and was like he should have died or whatever.
Yeah,
he didn't care if he lived or died because he lost the title. Yeah, I know about that. But what I'm saying is, Wilder has an excuse for losing to Fury. That's legit. I just heard Junior Fire said that he injured his bicep in training camp.
Yeah,
right or wrong? Haven't you heard that?
I've covered that. Not only have I heard that, I've covered that.
Okay, so I mean, to me, like, if you're not coming in the ring 100%, and you know that, you can't have no excuse later and say, "Oh, this happened to me," or whatever the case may be.
No, I'm not
prepared for the fight, and you move.
I'm not using that as an excuse. I'm just saying that when you walk into the ring in a concussion, look at what happened to Michael Bent as what can happen to you when you walk into the ring with a concussion. I'm saying that
that's dangerous.
It's a very, very serious thing. You can die.
Yeah, it's dangerous. I know that.
You can die.
Right. But I mean, the guy Chin is not the best in the world, man. We talked about this before.
Well,
we talked about this the last conversation about.
I don't know. Man. I don't know when you're fighting the caliber of people that Anthony Joshua was fighting, when you're fighting the Povetkins of the world, when you're fighting the Vladimir Klitschko's of the world. Hey, shizzle happens. When you're fighting the high, and I'm going to say this, out of Deontay Wilder, Tyson Fury, and Anthony Joshua, I don't really want to say this because this moves into another program, which I'll do on Saturday or Sunday, but I'll say this now. It's food for thought for all of y'all. Anthony Joshua has consistently fought the best, the higher ranked opponents of all three of them.
Well, no.
He fought the best except the best too. He fought the best except the best too.
Wild Soul is on the mic. I don't know why everybody's so eager when you know it's going to come round to you. But Wild Soul's on the mic right now, and we're kind of wrapping up. So wrapping up in a few minutes. But this is to you, Wild Soul, and it goes around the table.
Yeah, well, I mean, you spoke about this guy, him having the heart of a lion, Joshua.
Yeah,
but he looked very scared and very timid in that rematch. He looked scared that he was very afraid to get knocked out, man.
What kind of
he wasn't engaged Ruiz at all.
What kind of heart did he have then if it wasn't the heart of a lion in the rematch? You tell me.
He had a heart of a pussycat, man.
The heart of a chicken.
You ever see a cat get chased by a dog? That's pretty much what happened.
You ever seen a cat?
Not a lion, but a pussycat.
You ever seen a cat beat up a dog?
No, I haven't.
Yes, you have. Yes, you have. Think hard.
Not in that fight, man. Ruiz didn't show up, man.
Yes, the cat
Ruiz did not show up
and then ran. No, the cat scratched and then ran.
Scratch and ran.
Yeah, pretty much.
You're funny,
That's
guys.
exactly what he did.
Okay,
man.
So over to the fight. No, go over to James, then the fight doctor, then Don ZB. James.
I just think Wild's a joke, mate. I think it's an absolute joke. I think AJ showed. Well, I'll tell you what. AJ really did show that he was the best heavyweight. one of the best heavyweights out there, by proving that he can come back from a loss. Wilder proved that he can't come back from a loss.
Well, he's got another chance. He's got another chance.
Well,
He has to have another chance because he lost. That's why he's got to have another chance because he's he had to in it because he lost it again. So
two losses.
So what's Wilder then? Like the heart of a
What the heart of a what? A chicken? Out of a turtle?
Nah, Wilder showed a lot of heart in that fight. You can't deny that.
A lot of hearts. Fell down 3 times.
Even though he lost, he showed a lot of heart in that fight.
Was it?
Why did he go to sleep like Dylan White?
Oh, my suit was too heavy. Oh, I was here. Oh,
Why did he go to sleep like Dylan White?
Exactly.
Poor Wilder.
Exactly. Wilder didn't go to sleep like Dylan White.
No, it's so heavy. 40.
Dylan, the big sleep white.
Hey, you know, at least Dillian White steps up and fights tough opponents. You can't say
Dylan White was in the REM sleep that day, man. He was out cold.
Yeah, I was gonna say that Dillian White's got overall has been fighting stiffer opponents than Wilder. Wilder's had Wilder overall. So let's go over to the fight, doctor.
Listen, say what you will about Wilder's skill and the windmill Wilder, this and the other. That's fine. Like I said, Wilder will never be confused for Sugar Ray Leonard, Pernell Whitaker, Floyd Mayweather. All right. Now, having said that, we saw Wilder take a sustained beating.
Sustained.
That's right.
All right.
Yeah.
And he never mentally checked out of the fight.
Got battered.
All right. Wilder took it was Joe Louis and Max Schmeling. Joe Louis in the first Max Schmeling fight took a sustained beating, but he never mentally checked out. He lost. Yes. Did he get beat up and beat down? Yes. But he never mentally checked out. Deontay Wilder, say what you will about the man's skill, say what you will about the man's resume, say what you will about who he fought. All right? But he never mentally checked out of that fight.
He checked out round 2.
You can't question his heart.
Check that.
Dylan White mentally, physically, and spiritually checked out.
12 rounds. I don't think so.
Let's rewind. Let's go and rewind back to the first Anthony Joshua Andy Ruiz fight.
Yeah.
I don't care what anyone says, but the look in Anthony Joshua's eyes immediately before the referee stopped the fight tells the whole of the story.
Yeah,
exactly. And the fact that everybody wrote him off after that loss. Anthony Joshua was mentally checked out. Now, I don't care about the whole – listen, and you talk about making excuses.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but the concussion excuse?
Yeah.
All right, if we're going to make excuses, if you're going to make excuses for Anthony Joshua, if you're not going to accept excuses for Deontay Wilder, then don't accept excuses for Anthony Joshua in the first fight with Andy Ruiz. So let's not talk about the concussion.
Exactly.
Okay? I'm sorry, but that's an excuse.
I got receipts. That's not an excuse when you got receipts.
Wait. Receipts.
Yeah.
Look, Deontay Wilder has an excuse for the suit that he wore, okay? But it doesn't stop that from being an excuse, which is exactly what that is.
Can you die from wearing a heavy jacket?
I don't know. Are you swimming?
I think you can.
Are you swimming? Because if you're in a body of water at the time, wearing a heavy jacket, then yes, I submit that you can die. So look, I don't want to hear it. Listen, just like I don't want to entertain any excuses in the Deontay Wilder loss, I do not want to hear any excuses about why Anthony Joshua lost the first Andy. Listen, the reason why Anthony Joshua lost the first fight with Andy Ruiz is because he got knocked out. Period. End of story. Yeah. He got knocked out. He got knocked out of the fight. Period. Yeah. And the look on his face tells the whole of the story. The man was mentally checked out.
He wasn't there. You're right. He wasn't there. He was concussed. He wasn't there.
Now, let's fast forward to the rematch. Fast forward. Anthony Joshua.
Yeah.
All right. Put on a beautiful exhibition of boxing.
Let me stop you for a second. Now, it's just been brought to my attention that we've been on for 2 hours and 44 minutes. And not once has anybody made the tin ring. How does that make any sense? Now, let's pause. We're going to have to evaluate this. We're gonna have to evaluate this. You've got for top notch. I'm talking to everybody in the chat, although it don't make sense because there's very few people here now. But for future reference, you've had top notch entertainment. You've got people from all over the spectrum when it comes to who they prefer, who they lean towards. You got people who lean towards Deontay Wilder. You got people who lean towards Tyson Fury. You got people who lean towards Anthony Joshua. You got the whole chicken or kitchen caboodle, whatever they say over there. I don't know how that phrase really goes. So you
Kit and caboodle.
Say that again?
Kit and caboodle.
You got the whole kit and caboodle. And I'm not really saying it for now because the show's pretty much damn well over now. But I'm just asking people to reevaluate. Where else are you going to get this level of entertainment?
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Just check yourselves.
Make the 10 ring. Make some sweet 10 music.
Make the 10 ring.
That's
But
right.
it's a little bit late in the day now, but just check yourselves. Because you're getting some top level entertainment. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
right.
So just look into yourselves, check yourselves, you know, even if it's just £1, $1, €1, you know, just bear that in mind. Just bear that into consideration. It's too late now. Yeah, I know, because it's the end of the show and most people are gone. But, you know, when you get in this level of entertainment, please be mindful and, you know, have a little bit of consideration for next time around. Bear that in mind. I'm not afraid to say it, and I'm not afraid to speak my mind, so I'll tell you straight, gun barrel straight, boom. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to, you're not obliged, but, you know, have a little bit of thought. Have a little bit of thought for people who take time out of their day to engage in conversation and from which you enjoy. Yeah, just bear that in mind for future reference. I have no hesitation or no qualms to say that. I don't say every show, but every now and then, you know, I'm gonna take stock and I'm gonna look at what's happening without any form of hesitation. Whoever I interrupted, please continue.
So, yeah, smash that like button, people. Smash the like button.
Like button. That's the least you can do, and damn well share it as well. That's the least you could do. It's good stuff. I'm entertained, and I know you're entertained. So come on, let's
like and share, folks.
Yeah, let's get some damn reciprocation going up in this mode. Thank you.
So
Okay.
now let's fast forward to the Joshua Ruiz rematch where Anthony Joshua has turned tail and essentially abandoned the U.S. invasion, has run back overseas to familiar territories, has aborted the mission to invade the U.S. Okay, and in the wake of having been literally separated from his senses, having checked out of the first fight, having been knocked out of the fight,
concussion, carry on.
He goes on and he puts on a very good boxing exhibition.
He performed better than you thought he could.
No.
Well, he performed better than I thought he could. So carry on.
Listen, listen. I've always been aware of Anthony Joshua's boxing skill.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there is no question that the man fought on even terms. He boxed with even terms with Vladimir Klitschko, who is a very good boxer.
Yes.
So anyone who would have questioned Anthony Joshua's boxing skills obviously don't know shit about boxing because the man knows how to box. All right. Yeah. There's no question there. All right. And I think actually he will be.
I thought he could, but carry on.
Yeah, and I think he will actually, if the fight ever gets made, he will box even terms with Tyson Fury.
I believe so. Many don't, but it's cool. We'll see.
But having said that, the fact remains that the man put on a boxing exhibition.
Yeah.
And I put emphasis on the word exhibition.
Yes.
In the rematch with Andy Ruiz.
Yeah, he ran a clinic. I'll say clinic.
Here's what he didn't do. He put on the boxing clinic. He put on the boxing exhibition, but he didn't fight.
Exactly.
Well, sometimes
he never engaged.
Have you ever heard the expression "you cut"? No, that's a bad expression anyway. It doesn't apply. But the horses for courses is the best expression. We have an expression over here, and I'm going to come back to you. We have an expression over here in the UK, and it goes horses for courses. So that means it's not every horse that is appropriate for every course.
Well, we have a saying here in the United States, and it's called "scared shitless." And
pretty much.
And in my mind, Anthony Joshua had deer in headlights painted across his face for basically most of the fight in the rematch with Ruiz.
I disagree.
That's the way he looked to me.
I disagree. I disagree with Carry on.
And he ran worse than Floyd ever did.
Ran worse than Floyd. Okay, so when Muhammad Ali...
He was on par with American...
When Muhammad Ali
never ran.
When Muhammad Ali was boxing, dancing, floating like a butterfly.
Okay, wait.
He was dancing, he never ran.
Wait a minute, stop. Yeah, if you're going to invoke Muhammad Ali's name, then let's talk about Muhammad Ali. Now, Muhammad Ali knocked out Joe Frazier. He knocked out George Foreman. He knocked out Sonny Liston twice. So, sir, if you're going to compare Anthony Joshua to Muhammad Ali, then I have one question. Who in the hell has Anthony Joshua ever knocked out? Please answer that question.
Anthony Joshua did not fight the top 3 guys.
Dillian White?
That's right.
Dillian White is not top 3. Dillian White ain't top 3.
Baby, calm down.
Dillian the big sleep right.
Dillian White,
Dillian White, the body snatcher, his body got snatched, man.
Calm down. I was asked the question, who did Anthony Joshua knocked out? And I will say I started with Dillian White. I will continue on with one of your compatriots. What's his name? What's the guy? I walk the earth like a god. What's his name? Charles Martin. That's the one. And
Charles Martin, man, come on, man, get out of here with that, man.
He's your guy. He's your
Charles
guy.
Is not my guy, man. Nobody don't care nothing about no Charles Martin, man. Come on, man.
Like a god, and let's not forget the most dominant. He did something that Tyson Fury couldn't do. He knocked out the most dominant heavyweight in recent times.
How many times Klitschko been knocked out, man?
I don't know if you know. I don't know if you heard about him over there in America, but he goes by the name of Vladimir Klitschko.
Someone Vladimir.
How many times have Klitschko been knocked out?
Well, the question I was asked is who has Anthony Joshua knocked out, and I've given you just 3 off the top of my head.
He been upset a few times because he got knocked out, man. That don't mean nothing, man.
I asked the question I was asked. Who has Anthony Joshua?
Wait, but how?
Big deal, man.
Listen, so then the question needs to be asked: how does knocking out Dillian White, Charles Martin, and Vladimir Klitschko in any way, shape, or form compare with knocking out George Foreman, undefeated, never been knocked out, knocking out Sonny Liston, undefeated, never been knocked out, and knocking out Joe Frazier? How does that compare to knocking out
Floyd Patterson Patterson?
Ron Lau.
Well, hold on. I'm not comparing
Ernie Shavers.
I'm not comparing. I was only comparing the movement. I wasn't comparing the levels. There's levels.
That was nowhere near no Ali movement, man. He's just lucky that the boy showed up. Ruiz showed up big and fat, where he could barely move. So of course he looked like his feet look a lot better than they were.
Okay.
In actuality, because he's fighting against a big, slow, fat guy, man.
He boxed like American. He ran like American.
You comedian.
Yeah, scared to death.
You can scared to death. You can.
That's right.
You can say that, but I can flip it back. and I can say, who's your guy? Who's your guy ever knocked out? Who was Deontay Wilder ever knocked out? Give me 3 names. I've given you 3. Give me 3 names.
Luis Ortiz twice.
50-year-old. 50-year-old.
That's 2 of them. That's
Tyson
2.
Fury.
That's 1.
Tyson Fury, the first fight.
I said knock out.
But Fury got
Chris
saved.
Ariola.
Facts. But
And then, Bermain Stavern.
Hey, the secret.
Dominic Brazil.
Secrets in the name. Bum.
In 1.
Bum main. No disrespect.
So wait. Here's a question that needs to be asked. All right, since we're talking about knockouts, then I think it's also fair to ask the question: how many replacements for replacements have knocked out Deontay Wilder?
How many replacements for
That's
replacements? Has he ever had a replacement?
He's never had the need to fight one.
All he fights is replacements, mate.
He did. He had Stavern. He had Stavern when Ortiz popped dirty. That's why he ended up fighting Stavern.
Yeah, Rich Stavern, who hadn't fought anybody for close on 2 damn years. That was a disgrace. You shouldn't even bring that up. You shouldn't even bring that up, Wild Soul.
Man, but it happened.
Vladimir Klitschko hadn't won a fight in 2 years, coming off a loss.
Exactly.
You can't.
Thank you, Fight Doctor. Thank you.
I'm gonna pretend I never heard that, because in no way, shape, manner, or form, in no universe, in no parallel universe, could you ever mention Bermain Stavern in the same breath as Vladimir Klitschko.
You talking about an old chinny Vladimir Klitschko,
Chinny now,
who's been knocked out before, man. He's been knocked out 3 times before that.
If he was so chinny, Wild Soul, if Vladimir Klitschko was so chinny, how come Fury didn't knock him out?
Because Fury's not a big puncher like that, and Fury wasn't trying to knock him out.
Okay, Fury's not a big puncher.
Fury wasn't trying to knock him out.
Fury's not. If Fury's, I'm playing chess. You guys are playing checkers. Hold on. If Fury is such a pillow-fisted guy, how the hell did he have Deontay Wilder? You see the scores on the card? You see the scores on in front of your screen? Please kindly look. I direct your gaze to your screen. If Fury is such a feather-fisted guy, how come he knocked the living you know what? He knocked the living.
He didn't knock the living you know what. That was a systematic.
Stop it. He didn't knock him out.
He didn't knock him out,
Rafi, the definition of a knockout is Dylan White. Dylan White is the definition of a knockout.
Exactly. That was a TKO, and it was stopped by his corner.
Guys, I respectfully ask you all. How is it that pillow-fisted? How is it that Vladimir Klitschko is chinny, but pillow-fisted Fury could knock him out? But pillow-fisted Fury knocked.
Fury wasn't trying to knock him out, man. He was trying to.
Hold on. How is it that pillow-fisted? How is it that Vladimir Klitschko was chinny, but pillow-fisted Fury couldn't take him out?
Okay, so wait. Let me. I want to address that question.
No, I have to finish my sentence, and then you can address the question. And then, so chinny Fury couldn't knock out chinny Vladimir, but he knocked the living dog crap out of Deontay Wilder. Explain that to me. Anyway,
Vladimir's not chinny.
Wait. Let me address this, please, because this is the Wilder haters' holy grail. Okay.
Wilder haters.
Yes, the Wilder haters' holy grail is to distract and retract and distort the facts. Okay. Now here's the facts.
Haters are assembled before me. They're assembled before me. But carry on.
Now here are the facts. All right. Now, first and foremost, Klitschko is a much more defensively sound fighter than Deontay Wilder will ever be. Okay. Styles make fights. Now, just because Mike Tyson knocked out a lot of guys, but there's some guys that Mike Tyson would just always have problems with. He's always going to have problems with a guy like Evander Holyfield. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now there's some guys who are feather-fisted, but they're going to knock out certain other guys. That Styles make fights. Now, stylistically speaking, the Tyson Fury, the Tyson Fury Vladimir Klitschko fight is going to be basically a snooze fest, which is what it was. I mean, I think that fight holds a record for the least amount of punches thrown in a heavyweight championship fight.
It's great.
Honestly,
I'm
it was a
saying.
snooze fest. They essentially came to waltz all night, which is what they did.
All
And
night long.
And Tyson Fury just happened to win the dance contest that night, which is the waltz contest, because that's exactly what it was. Neither of those guys were interested in throwing a punch.
Beating. Look at Wilder. He didn't throw a punch.
Now you take a guy like Deontay Wilder, on the other hand, who does not come to waltz. Deontay Wilder comes to fight.
He can't waltz.
Exactly.
You can't waltz. You don't know how to
You're right.
do it.
You can't waltz. There's no doubt about that. The man can't dance. I agree.
Two left
Okay,
feet.
he's a puncher.
Hey, I tell you what, though, he can twerk.
Exactly.
He can twerk, though.
So
Yeah, okay.
sit up here and pretend as if there's some type
Why are
of
you looking at? Hey, why are you looking out for that video, Rafi? Why do you like that twerking video? You talk about that every day.
You were here, Dazn, when that video first came out.
You showed me the video, man. Why you talk about that video every day? AJ doesn't have a woman.
Every day.
Dillian White is married to Dean White, you know, and AJ ain't came out yet. That's it.
Okay, so AJ hasn't come out. Dillian White is married to Dean White, according to you. But yet you got your guy is over there shaking his booty like a girl in the club. How does that work?
I mean, I don't understand that, but he did it for his kids, right? Anyways, this is not about that, though. This ain't about that, though. This is not about that. If you want to change topics, why don't we talk about Dillian White talking about the ref stop the fight early? Was it Jimmy?
You was talking about dancing.
Did it skip like 1 minute? He got knocked out and he was out, and when he woke up, what he remembered was before the punch landed.
You were talking about dancing. And your guy's the dancing queen. There's no hands down. Hands down, I got to give it to you, guy.
Well, listen, I tell you what, in terms of dancing, I think that Andy Ruiz was able to bring out the best in Anthony Joshua's drunken man dance and checking out the party dance, okay? Because that's exactly what happened.
Facts.
That's right.
Yeah, you got the dancing queen over there. So as far as the dancing is concerned, you guys, you American guys, you take it hands down. Hands down when it comes to the twerking thing. Your boy there, you got it down pat.
I got a question for you, Rafi. This is a serious question. I got a question for you, Rafi. This is a serious one. What happened to AJ's American fans? What happened to Joshua's American fans?
You're American guys.
I don't know what happened because they disappeared.
Okay, well, you're American guys.
I don't see them. I don't hear them. I don't see them. I don't see them trolling. Like they disappeared. Like Thanos snapped his fingers. He snapped them and they disappeared.
Well, he's still the heavyweight who's making that cheddar. You know what I mean? He's still the heavyweight who can go anywhere in the world. He's not a local guy. You have local guys. We have international guys. You know what I'm saying? When was the last time?
Oh, come on, man. Most people over here don't know who the hell Anthony Joshua is, man.
You have local guys, man. You have local guys. We have international guys, man. Our guys travel. We go overseas. We go to America. We go to Saudi Arabia. We're going to go to Africa.
This guy, AJ, came here one time, and he probably never be back after what happened to him here.
Next time you'll go on the West Coast. You know what I'm saying? He did try the East Coast.
And get knocked out again.
Well, hey, that is yet to be seen, because one thing we can say about Anthony Joshua is that he can take a TKO and come back. And we still, that's yet to be seen with the twerking queen from over there
We'll speak on that once it happens, because
we'll speak on that once it doesn't happen, because I'll be covering the rematch whenever Deontay Wilder's fit and ready, whenever his body's back together. I hope his bicep is reattached, and we'll speak of that again. But we got to go around the table. James, you say something, my friend, because I think we come to the end of the show. You know what I'm saying? Boys to men, end of the road.
I just want to know, Rafi, honestly. I want to know where Wilder's fans ever were, to be honest, because I don't think he's got any.
He ain't got many fans. You don't seem to the figures don't add up, because without Fury, I mean, you know, what did he have?
Nothing.
They had 320 something who were prepared to pay 300 and something thousand who were prepared to pay to see him against Ortiz, and you know, almost put Showtime had to say, no, we're gonna pass on this one. We're gonna pass on this one. We got burnt on the last one, and we pass on this one. So I don't know if that's much of a recommendation. Anthony Joshua, even though he's only just coming up, was six times the commercial value of Deontay Wilder. They offered Parker $1 million over there in the USA, and we were able to offer him $6 million over here in the UK. Only a very small island. Only a very small island, but look at that. Look at that. It's incredible. I heard some people say that the UK is smaller than Texas. You know, just one state. But look at what.
Well, y'all got more rabid fans out there. I mean, you got more diehard fans. That's just a fact. Well, you guys like boxing more generally than people in the States do. That's just how it is.
That's just how it is. But James, over to James. We're coming to the close, so you know.
Not at all, because if you do anything, you'd know that all of AJ's fans are all casuals, and you probably hate that, but that's the God's honest truth of it. And as a country, we probably don't. I know for a fact that's why we send AJ over to America, because America has more fans. They have a 270 million population compared to our 70 million. It's not even 70; it's like 65.
It's like 330 over here. It's 330.
I don't care, honestly. You're a load of bums. Obviously, you like your bum fighters, and you have in the heavyweight division. You're all salty because you obviously used to have the best of the best and whatever, and you got nobody now. You got a dancing queen that loves a twerk, wants to be a mum, wants to have a pregnant baby or whatever. She's pregnant.
Is he pregnant yet, Don ZB? Is your boy pregnant yet?
Was he a transgender? That's what he is.
OMG.
Comes out.
You see, that's why James likes AJ, man. He likes AJ's body, you know.
No, he's a Tyson fan. He's a Fury fan.
Yeah, he was a former AJ fan. He used to be AJ fan. He's now a Fury fan, you know. We got a lot of those down here.
You know what? Man. I can choose I can choose some more different fighters we have here. We have the
How many heavyweight champs have y'all had in the last 50 years in the UK?
Years.
Please tell me.
We don't even need 50 years. We need the last couple of years, last few years. Forget about the 50.
We talking because this guy's like, oh, you got bums over there.
I'll tell you,
that's not true at all.
I'll tell you how many heavyweight champs we've had in the last few years. We've had 3 in the last few years.
We talking about over the span of 50 years, like I said.
Well, 50 years.
Americans have dominated.
You had just 2, Rafi. You had just 2. Lennox Lewis was a long time ago. Don't tell me Dylan White, bro.
I'm not including Lennox Lewis. We're talking about Anthony Joshua. Well, in fact, Tyson Fury was first. So we're talking Tyson Fury. We're talking Anthony Joshua, and Dillian White had one of them little belts as well.
Man, Dylan White was never a world champ, man.
He was never a world champ. Knock it off. And he'll never be a world champ.
Okay.
Give up on that dream, brother.
Respect goes to the chat. Somebody stepped up, you know, the Rafi. I don't even mind if it's a pound, but I like to see. Oh, where's my manners? You get people who take time out of their day to provide entertainment for you. I like to see at least a pound in the chat. And it don't have to be 10 pounds. It don't have to be 50, just a pound. I just like to know. I just like to see just a fragment of appreciation. It only takes a pound, $1, €1. And I don't remind people every show because it's not really important to me every show. But for sure, every now and then you enjoy the content. It's top-notch content, top-notch entertainment. This is the kind of show that I could listen to myself. It's not every show that I listen to again, but every now and then I do a show and I think, you know what, I wouldn't mind listening to that again, or a little portion of it. And I'm driving, say I got to drive for an hour, I'll just bang it on. And this is one of those shows. But guys, we've been chopping it up for a hell of a long time. I think I need to go around the table and let everybody have their final say. Let's try and keep it. Let's end on a respectful note. Let's try and keep it kind of respectful. Where am I going to start? Let me start with the fight doctor.
So, shout out to everyone who's on the panel today. Yeah, so
shout out to you too. Peace and blessings.
Peace and blessings to you, brother. Very entertaining show. Glad I could be a part of it.
Absolutely. It's good to have all of you over here.
Yeah, but I think listen, say what you will about Deontay Wilder, but don't question the man's heart. I mean, in the Fury loss, he took a beating. He did make some excuses after the fact, but he never mentally checked out of the fight. And
he didn't quit.
And he never quit. Which the same cannot be said for Anthony Joshua, who in the Andy Ruiz fight, the first one, he, in my opinion, mentally checked out, was ready to listen. All you have to do is listen to what the post-fight interview, what he said during the post-fight interview, his body language.
The man had a concussion. He could have died in there. That's real talk.
Yeah, so again, those sound like excuses. And if we're not going to accept any excuses for Deontay Wilder, then we shouldn't accept any excuses.
Exactly.
For,
I'm going to have to interrupt you. And once again, I'm going to refer people to the fight video, the live fight. Or was it the fight video or was it a subsequent video? I've shown that video here multiples of times. I can't remember what it's called. But I do slow down in slow motion. In slow motion, I show Deontay Wilder's left bicep, which I state very clearly looks injured to me. So nobody can say that I don't accept that when I've said on video during the actual fight that I can see Deontay Wilder's left bicep does not look right. It looks like it's torn to me. I've said that on video on more than one occasion. So nobody can say that I don't acknowledge Deontay Wilder's. I didn't acknowledge Deontay Wilder's injury. Moreover, more than that, I've said in a recent live show, I reported on the fact that Junior Farr commented that indeed Deontay Wilder did have injured bicep. So, and what's the third thing? I have a video that's trending, an old video that's trending when I originally said it. Hold on a second. I think I can actually bring it up. I know I'm interrupting you, but I'm going to get back to you. I just want to, because it's trending in my my analytics. So hold on. Give me a second. I might be able to find the title. But carry on. I'm looking for the title. Carry on, Fight Doctor. I'm just looking for the title of this thing here.
So I'm going to just close by saying that. Let
me stop you. It's called Wilder Had Bicep Surgery After Fury 2. And it was released on the 16th of April 2020. And in the thumbnail, I draw a picture around the injury, around the bicep. So nobody can say that about me. I've acknowledged that. I have a video titled Wilder Had Bicep Surgery After Fury 2. And the thumbnail, and it was released on the 16th of April, and the thumbnail has a circle around what I believed to be and do believe to be a left bicep injury. So nobody can say that about the referee. But carry on, fight doctor.
So, having said that, listen, I've always, even before the Ruiz fight, I always thought that Anthony Joshua was a knockout waiting to happen. I mean,
Me too.
so Klitschko had him on the deck, had him tired, had him dazed, had him basically out. Andy Ruiz had him out, and we saw in the rematch a guy who was unwilling to engage. In fact, we saw a guy run back overseas and was still unwilling to engage. So, my opinion, listen, Anthony Joshua, great fighter. I'm sorry, good fighter, great skills, but knockout waiting to happen. And I think if ever the fight with Tyson Fury is made, I think Tyson Fury has an excellent chance at knocking him out. And I think that if Deontay Wilder can somehow get by Tyson Fury, and this is a huge if, I give him an excellent chance at knocking out Anthony Joshua. And I think Anthony Joshua's brain trust was smart. Because
Joshua's the clearer, better boxer than Deontay Wilder. Clearer.
Wilder's the better puncher.
Not really. Terrible technique.
Well, listen. At the end of the day, Deontay Wilder was accurate in his assessment that these other guys have to be perfect for 12 rounds. He only has to be perfect for one punch, and that's true. Okay, we can't dismiss. You'll be foolish to dismiss the man's punching power, which is otherworldly. And Anthony Joshua's chin is the finest China.
Why wasn't it otherworldly in the Tyson Fury 2? Why was it not?
Okay, well, listen. At the end
Then
of
he
the
just
day,
speak on his bicep being injured. There you go.
Well, above and beyond that, punching power is a beautiful thing, but it's meaningless if you can't find the target. All right, and Deontay Wilder, given all his punching power, he was never able to land flush on Tyson Fury. So I don't care how hard you punch. It doesn't matter. If you can't find a target, punching power is meaningless. Now, and I leave you gentlemen with that.
One arm.
Well, it was his left arm, not his right arm. His right arm was good.
Yeah, we couldn't get the jab off to set the punch up.
But his jab,
he got that jab. He put the jab out there to find the range to land the punch. He couldn't set the punch up.
Couldn't get the range.
It's that simple. Yeah, he couldn't get it off.
Couldn't get it off.
That was the perfect reason for it. And you just said it yourself. You agreed with it, right?
What did I say?
You agreed that his bicep was injured.
I believe it was.
So then you can't turn around and act like you don't know why he couldn't land that punch.
You never seen a one-arm man land a punch?
Not the way Wilder fights, man. He sets the punch up with that jab, sticking his arm out there most of the time. You rarely see him just throw a lead right. You know, that's rare. He's usually going to set it up first. Yeah, and if his bicep is injured, he can't get it off. He can't get his arm to set the punch off. And that's pretty much what happened.
Don ZB. What's happened to Don ZB? You're muted.
Yeah. I'm right here. Okay, we had a good show. You know, it was interesting.
Of course.
Salute to everybody, the fight doctor and James and I forgot Wild Soul. My bad. I actually thought it was one of Ralph's fans, you know. So yeah. Anyways, though,
you always
we need to talk about Dillian White the next time.
You always know
the next time.
You always know
the next time.
You always know that I pack the panel. I like a challenge, so I pack the panel with you.
Yes.
You guys.
Dillian White. We need to talk about Dillian White on the next show. Dillian White said he felt the refs stopped the fight early.
We already talked about that the last show.
I guess
you're slow. You're slow. You're lagging behind. Yeah, we talk about the Rick Blaze. You never see the Rick Blaze show, bro. We touch on 100 subjects in 2 hours.
All right. Anyways, though, like you need to slow down on your hate. Like you wanted Wilder to
What
lose.
hate?
He's lost.
I'm
He's
surrounded
lost,
by
bro.
haters. What are you
Like
talking
you
about?
still got your foot on his neck. Like, come on, man. you know what? At times I just want to sit back and listen, but when I hear you going and radical shit and your radical fans follow you,
Radical.
you know, for real. So
Who's more radical than you?
I'm not radical, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. AJ Box, he did what he had to do in his last fight, but he ran more than Floyd ever did. I can't think of a fight because I be rooting for Floyd, but he pisses me off because I know he could get the stoppage.
Yeah.
Like I'm like, yeah, get him. Get him. And then Floyd backs up, run.
I haven't heard it from one of you American cats. I haven't heard that Anthony Joshua did what he was supposed to do. And that's the fact.
Yeah, he did what he was supposed to do. I respect him for that. I'm not going down him, but for the people that be saying Floyd runs, I don't think I ever saw Floyd run in a fight like AJ did.
Well, I don't know if AJ ran, but I mean, that is your opinion. That's why we're here to get different people.
Like they said, he was on. He looks like a dare. Like they said, he looks like a dare in headlights.
When your guy comes back and beats Fury after being TKO'd, then
Rafi,
then you can
at least Wilder and Fury fought twice. AJ ain't fought no top four guy. Most people say the top four guys are, let's say, AJ, Fury, Wilder, Ortiz. Ortiz is in the top guys.
No way in hell. No way. The top three, the top four guys right now.
And on some people's list, Dylan White, number 4, and Ortiz 5. On some list, Ortiz 4 and Dylan White 5.
Dylan White is not a 4 no more.
He is.
No. I'm saying at one point.
Check the Ring magazine.
At one time.
One time maybe, but you know, your 50-year-old guy there, I mean, you know, down.
That was last month's issue, man. It's not up to date yet.
Yo, the current rankings in the Ring magazine are 1. Tyson Fury. Well, Tyson Fury is the Ring magazine champion, and then 2, Anthony Joshua, 3, Dillian White, and that remains so until it changes.
That's a joke.
It remains so until it changes. Old man Ortiz, I don't know if he's in the top 10. I don't know.
Anyways, though, Rafi, my phone is about to go dead, so let me wrap up. Let me wrap up. Hold on. You need to think of topics that people are interested in. For example,
how the hell are you not interested?
For example,
how the hell are you not interested?
No. I'm not saying you're doing anything wrong. I'm trying to suggest.
Okay.
For example, we need to talk about the way the boxing community disrespects the black dollar. We need to talk about that.
Okay.
Because Floyd Mayweather, it wasn't just the haters. There were black people like me and some people that I know. We bought Floyd's pay-per-views for years. You know, we need to talk about that. We need to talk about Dylan White being delusional, about how he got knocked out for at least he was out for a minute. And then he woke up
on Wednesday
holding the ref and saying the ref stopped the fight early. It's like Povetkin made him skip. It's like Povetkin made him skip a minute. Dylan White lost 1 minute, bro.
Well, I mean, Deontay Wilder. I mean, he saw his life flash in front of him for 7 rounds.
Man, come on, man.
I'm allowed to jump on
second in that last
next time.
fight.
I'm gonna get on YouTube and I'm gonna listening because my phone going dead. All
Okay,
right, man. Salute to y'all.
I appreciate
All right.
it. Don
Peace.
DB.
Peace, Don DB.
Peace, Don DB. James, your final words. Keep it respectful, my friend, please.
Lovely
Yeah.
show.
Yeah.
I think I just feel so privileged to have so many top fighters from the UK at this current moment in time that we can actually pick and choose. And obviously, in America, you've got one, and that's it. So you've
One who? One.
Well, name it, mate.
One.
Who have you got?
You know
one.
he's one
That's
heavyweight.
a joke.
One heavyweight. You know he.
Oh, heavyweight. Okay.
You know
All
your
right.
favorite heavyweight is
Okay.
Anthony Joshua.
Okay.
Anthony Joshua.
Obviously,
We have a couple more coming up.
Yeah, coming up. Daniel Dubois is gonna wipe him out. You got nothing. Carry on, James.
Michael Hunter's pretty good.
Michael Hunter's good. I take it back. Michael Hunter's good. And we're going to be talking about Michael Hunter, if not tomorrow, then the day after, because he did some sparring with. Check my video. Check my Michael Hunter video. It's the last video I made.
I saw it today. I didn't respond to it because that didn't make no sense. He never said he whooped him. He just said, "We know what happens." That can mean anything.
Hey, come on now. Hold on. I'll get back to you in a second, James. He said he knows and I know. Only two of us know how that went down. And with a little smile, full damn well what that means. Well, so don't. They
wasn't the only two in the gym when it happened.
Well, there you go.
I haven't heard that happen. I haven't heard that from anybody else.
Oh, you just said, wasn't it?
And I never heard. He never said that he whooped him.
Wasn't it you just said that?
Wasn't that like 10 years ago, man? I don't even. That's irrelevant.
Is he relevant?
Yeah, man, that's a long time ago.
When you put
Wilder was only boxing for about a year at that point.
How long was Hunter boxing for prior to that?
Probably since he was a kid.
Probably. But anyway, James, back to you. You're rounding up.
I'll say it's a good show, and obviously, the Wilder LDB.
Great show. Great correction. Great show.
Great show.
Yeah.
Obviously, they have to spout their rhetoric, but I respect it because if they don't, they become irrelevant, and irrelevancy is not the way to be.
Not desirable. It's not desirable.
Well, I know you British guys know a lot about that. I remember the days of. I remember the Frank Bruno days and all of that. I remember those and embarrassing moments for you guys, man.
Hey, Frank Bruno did some work, man. Considering that he was agile, considering he was
Herbie Hydes and what's the other guy?
Michael Bent.
The guy who was in the Olympics.
Lennox Lewis.
Harrison. Audley Harrison.
No.
Yeah.
No, forget about Audley. Don't worry about Audley. He's over in America now. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. All right. He was born there, man.
There must be a reason for that. I think he's good buddies with your boy there, Wilder. They got some similar traits, although there's some different traits as well. Wilder's got the right hand.
Wilder knocked him out too.
Well, he ain't left American shores since. He kind of tucked. He tucked. He went back and never seen him again. Never seen him again because that shows you the improvements on the likes of your Audley. He was an anomaly anyway. We called him ordinary Harrison. But I'm not going to disrespect him. I mean, he went to the Olympics, etc., etc. So, James, finish up, my friend. Finish up.
I'll just say it's brilliant. I think Wilder's an egg ready to be cracked in the next fight.
Scrambled.
Ready to be scrambled. When he comes out as a transgender.
I was
the first one to say it. There we go.
Okay, folks, I tried to keep it classy. It didn't really work out. But I just like to give my appreciation to everybody in the chat and everybody in the panel who took time out of their day. I thought it was going to be a 1 hour, 30-minute thing. But, the conversation was swinging. It was interesting. We provided the people with great Friday night entertainment. Friday night, Saturday morning. It's way late over here now. But, when you get talking and the talking's good, you get kind of carried away. But much appreciation to everybody in the chat. Big appreciation for Uncle Burnt Apostrophe to put some respect on the damn thing. Everybody smash the like button. And if you didn't donate, then smash the share button.
So you're giving something back. You know what I'm saying? We're giving to you, and you're giving something back to assist the growth, the continual growth of the channel. You don't get this kind of banter everywhere. You know what I'm saying? So it's unusual. So appreciate it, respect it, and much respect to everybody who came on tonight. Thank you, guys.
Likewise.
Have a great Saturday. And, you know, the place to be. It's the Raphael Dawkins. It's the Combat Radio. It's the like. It's the subscribe. It's the comments. It's the shares. And it is the hitting that bell icon to stay updated with news and notifications. And don't forget about the live shows. Don't forget to follow me on Twitter. It's the Raphael Dawkins. It's the Combat Radio. And we are out. And don't forget the word. Blessed.